Okay, we're going live. Welcome today, 2nd of August, to our council briefing. We've got a schedule here for number one, which is the Kaipara Moana remediation update. Justin Dorr and Ben Hope will present regarding this Kaipara Moana remediation. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, just as a quick interlude before that, may I have a little comment first?
Sure.
We've now done 9 months or so. I have to admit that this time I've really struggled for time to get through all of the documentation that we had, and it's, in excess of 400 plus pages again. I have a request, and I know that we've sort of unofficially talked about it. We look to the future, please, if we can't make the documentation shorter, we have absolute clarity about having executive summaries, having some clear guidance from council, about where direction is, but to try and shorten some of the reading. Ordinarily I can do it, but when you're trying to get through up to 600 pages, as has been the case in the past, you can't take it all in. If we can get more succinctness, please, Mr. CEO, in some of the reporting, and I know that some of it is external, it would certainly help, and I think that it would help with the clarity and with the contributions that members make.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. We will give that some thought and get back. Thank you. Councillor Maris, did you want to say something?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So yeah, look, no, acknowledge what you're saying. As far as briefings go, we do provide a lot of information there for you. I note that the reports themselves are fairly short, and they are supposed to, 1 to 2 pages, possibly 3, but they are supposed to give you the main context for the information. Attachments are usually provided. I mean, policies are different to give you extra information that you can go into. When it comes to decision making, so, we are required from the Local Government Act to make sure we have all the information and you have all the information in front of you to make a decision. So there is that element as well. We are trying to be succinct in the same place. So take your feedback, see if you've given it to us, I accept. But, we're going to do report writing, a little bit more training in that space too, to try and get.
Well, I think there's a document today that has an executive summary.
Yeah, so the one you're talking about.
Oh, I can't remember off the top of my head, but there was one that I'd seen that had an executive summary.
Okay.
Yeah. But so we'll look at that.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks for the bench.
Yep. Good day. Sorry about that interruption, Justin and Ben. Away you go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's fantastic to be here today. My name is Justin Dorr. I head up the Kaipara Moana remediation program. Beside me is Ben Hope, our communications lead. Thank you. Brief you on the KMR program. Actually, it's a good time for a briefing. We're just 18 months into operational delivery, not long, but we've got a fantastic set of progress reports for yourselves. What are we here to do? Protect and restore the Kaipara Harbour. I'm sure you're all aware of that. It's the largest natural harbour in the Southern Hemisphere, one of the largest in the world, actually. And it's not just environmentally and culturally important, it's actually economically important too. The snapper fishery, as you know, spawns in the harbour, so a lot of commercial value also accrues from the harbour. The catchment that you see in orange on the slide is also really significant. 6,000 square kilometres, 600,000 hectares. She's big. Myself and the team spent a lot of time driving around the catchment. But some key points here. It's pretty diverse as a catchment. We've got 7 major river systems. They're all really lots of differences, as you'll all know, from east to west and from north to south. And we, have a lot to do in terms of making sure that we're planting trees from the right place back into the right place. What's our goal in protecting and restoring the harbour? Our work, if you like, really focuses quite narrowly on sediment. We're a pretty narrow, dedicated operational program. We deliver on a contract with the Ministry for the Environment, our primary funder. And some people ask us, why sediment? Sediment's actually a master contaminant, I'm sure you're all aware. When soils wash off the land and into the rivers and sea, it carries with it a lot of other contaminants of concern, everything from heavy metals through to microbial contaminants, which can affect stock health, human health, through to nutrients, but also, importantly, that sediment really does clog up the waterways. We're a voluntary program, that's pretty important. We work with the willing, directly with landowners. We do a lot of work engaging with landowners in different ways, landowners of all sorts. Importantly, while we build on the previous program, the Integrated Kaipara Harbour Management Group that you'll be familiar with, we're not the same. We actually have a wider mandate because we're Jobs for Nature funded. That's an initiative. We actually focus a lot on training and development, capability building in local areas, particularly remote and rural areas. So how do we do it? How do we aim to halve our sediment flows? We provide free advice to the landowner about how to reduce sediment from their lands. We do that by developing with them a sediment reduction plan. That plan, if you like, is our core product that we develop. Essentially, because it's a voluntary program, landowners get in touch with us and or groups get in touch with us and say, hey, can we work with you? We'll send out one of our trained local field advisors who walks on the land with the landowner. We understand or seek to understand aspirations from those landowners. I have to say landowners do a lot to take care of their land. Often their aspirations are to leave it in a better place than when they took it on, leave a legacy for the family, etc. So we'll develop up a sediment plan that identifies those risks, and that's essentially a project plan. We'll contract with the landowner directly, and then we'll fund half of the project value. In some cases where there's groups, we fund a little bit more because there's real cost to engagement and education. My team is 11.4 FTEs. That's a small group for a very, very big catchment. So what we do is we have an operating model that we work a lot with and through partners. And you can see the partner logos on that slide. I won't talk to all of them, they're all important, but I will talk out to a couple here that are of particular interest to yourselves and to the Kaipara district. Firstly, Fonterra is one of our delivery partners. They're working with us to reach all of the dairy landowners in the catchment. We are very keen to not duplicate engagement, add to burden for landowners. Because we also focus on training and development and employment, MSD, shown there, is one of our core partners, and we do a lot of work with them. And our newest partner, I'll be honest, it's pretty exciting, it's on 1 July, is the Kaipara Agri Solutions, the Farm Vets Consortium. And they're working with us to reach some of our harder to reach landowners. Vets are very trusted, they go on land to our farmers, and they will act as our agents, particularly for sheep and beef dry stock landowners, to help those landowners understand our funding and understand what support we can offer. And lastly, I'd like to also mention Environs, which is the environmental arm of Te Uri Ahau. We work very closely, particularly through that group, to reach some of our collective landowners, the groups who want to access our funding, who may not be private or primary sector landowners. So 18 months in, how are we going? Actually, there's a lot of jobs there. I won't necessarily read out those statistics, but I'm very pleased with them. We've trained a lot of people, some of whom are now working for us. Either way, we've lifted capability and skills in the region across the catchment. We've accredited a lot of local suppliers to supply our projects and our landowners, nurseries, planting and fencing teams, site preparers. There's a range of different local businesses, and we estimate at the end of 30 June last year, the end of financial year, we've actually created over 180,000 hours of new work in the catchment. That's both in Northland and Auckland regions. And we've invested over 10.3 million in total project value. Those are projects that have either been completed or contracted for their delivery, so they're in train. How are we going around engagement? Sometimes it's a bit invisible to see what we do as KMR because the catchment's really big. But just there's some statistics. The point there is we spend a lot of time meeting with people. We drive a lot around that big harbour. We're working now with over 1 in 3 of the landowners in the catchment. We're really pleased with that statistic after just a year and a half. I think it's around 550 landowners now that we have had engaged in a formalised way with us. And we have contracted over 440 settlement plans with landowners. So those are projects that are either finished or in train. So more to do. We've got a lot of scaling up to do. Environmental performance, again, really pleased with this. You'll see it in the papers, I think, next week, but we've just hit our 1,000,000th tree mark, which is pretty significant achievement for us. We've done a lot of fencing. We've got a lot of land under our settlement plans. Specifically for this district, this is the first time we've actually drawn on our geospatial tools, which are new to actually derive some quite specific geographically based data. We can do that now. Our tools are just live. I was surprised, I must admit, to see these results. I'm really pleased to see them. Perhaps it's because of the IKMHG, the earlier program, there's a lot of good work there. But you can see from the employment perspective, we've got 14 individuals that are active in your district working for KMR, either part fund or fully part fund their employment. We have 19 nurseries and local suppliers active and supplying in the district. Possibly because this district goes east to west and north to south, you know, you're in the middle of the catchment. We have a lot of local suppliers here. They'll presumably be also supplying south into Auckland and north into, or further north. But importantly, when you look at the fencing and planning statistics here, Kaipara District Council is doing pretty well out of KMR, and the landowners are benefiting from our co-funding. So over 2.8 million in project value in the program life to date invested in the district. Some of that, I'll be honest, is cyclone recovery funding. We've had, to be honest, a lot of the worst impacts we've seen are in the Auckland region, particularly the Kaipara Hills south of here. But there have been some projects in the hilly country in Kaipara District that we've worked with our landowners to restore. And mostly what that is these very large hillsides, you know, slipping down the hills. So we're often fencing around those landslides, those slips, because they're not good for anything much now. The other thing I want to speak to specifically, and again, Kaipara District is ahead, are two what we call navigator projects that have started on the 1st of July. Now, these are really large-scale or highly innovative projects that are starting to roll out with our support right around the catchment. The first two, the only two contracted to date, are in Kaipara. One is a very large-scale wetland restoration project on a dairy farm just south of Dargaville, and the second one is a very much farmer-initiated catchment across the catchment project in the Tanga Wahine. And there is a third navigator project in development. It's probably a little slower to start in the Mangakahia River system. So there will be more of these. We have 19 navigator projects in development. What's really important about these navigators is that they, the landowners who have expressed interest in working with us and developing them, they're up for sharing best practice with other landowners. They can't just be large scale or innovative works to reduce sediment. They must be up for sharing with others what they're doing on their land, how they're doing it, what's worked and actually what hasn't. And so those flagships, if you like, are going to be pretty important about communicating how to reduce sediment. We've also had a lot of planting projects. They're little. We work with our EnviroSchools partners. We work with the Whitebait Connection Mountains to Sea groups. Those are some examples of our plantings in the last winter alone. It's probably more. And just before I close out, just to, oh no, that's right, just on the next slide, thanks. To be honest, we've been working only around waterways up until pretty recently. It's because 50% of the sediment loss from the land comes down the rivers, comes from the riverbanks, comes from stream banks, comes from really steep eroding hillsides right next to waterways. So half our sediment, we've focused on this first. You can see the circles, the activities we've funded up until now. It's also because those activities, those programs were in train when KMR came on to work with the other half of the sediment off the land, which is coming from the hilly slopes. We really need to get into the whole of the landscape, and we're in train around doing that now. That's around large scale native planting. It's around supporting silviculture. That's something that we are doing in the next couple of months. And just you might be able to help us promote this. We'll be going out in the end of September, that's into next month now, with a very large call for expressions of interest for landowners who want to work with us around native planting at scale in the hilly country, or wanting to put silvipasture projects in place. And I know from my own personal experience that Kaipara District has a lot of history of using poplars to keep those hills from sliding down. There's Lombardy poplars all around. There's other poles that many of the landowners use to keep that soil, that very precious soil, on the mountains, on the hills. Our digital tools are helping us to get it right. They're really important for us to work with the landowner who usually wants to take action over a couple of years. Where is the best place to start? Where do we get best bang for buck? And I won't go into the details because I know we need to get to questions, but in closing, I also want to talk about something that's quite important for capability and skills development across the catchment. Last fortnight, we worked with our partner, the NZAM, the New Zealand Association of Resource Managers, to roll out for the country the first of the pilot training courses relating to soils and wetlands that we KMR are running for the country. And what that does is that will lead to a very valuable career pathway for people like our KMR field advisors, so that they can have a formal accreditation, some kind of diploma or degree in freshwater farm planning. So those are real skills that are coming through, funded by someone else, but that KMR and local communities, local people are benefiting from. So that was a lot. Apologies for that, but we're doing a lot. Very happy to take questions.
Councillor Paniora.
Thank you. Just if you're able to elaborate a little bit more on, I think it was slide 6, the intersection between the partners that you talk about working with and the numbers. Was it 6? Slide 6?
Sorry, pardon.
Yep.
Here we go. So you've talked about the 11.4 FTEs. How is it that you're able to achieve all of this on 11.4? I'm assuming it's that there's a lot of give from the partners. So are you able to just elaborate a little bit more on how the two intersect?
Yeah, look, thank you, Councillor. Look, great question. I mean, the team's pretty small, but we work pretty hard. I think we're a bit burnt out at the minute, but maxed out. But we do have seasonal spikes in our work. You know, obviously winter planting, summer fencing. That allows us to manage some of those peaks. But you're right. I mean, our partners are really key to our delivery. We couldn't have got those, really fantastic results without their help. And a really big shout out to Fonterra, who deals with, there's about 450 odd dairy farmers in the catchment. They work with them. We don't have to. No point duplicating engagement through sustainable dairying advisors. I believe we're working to achieve, I think we've got a lot of the dairy farmers already in the program, but the remaining will come on, are expected to come onto the program by the end of June next year. Sheep and beef are harder to reach, I'll be honest, because of the fact that they're not organised through milk collection through Fonterra. We'd love ideas about how we can have delivery partners to that group of landowners. There's a large number, there's about 930 odd of them. We do work with Sheep and Beef, Beef and Lamb New Zealand. We do work, including with Dairy NZ around dairy support. We do work with a lot of our rural professional partners, but that's why we trial the Kaipara Farm Vets, the Kaipara Agri Solutions, how to make that available. That said, we do all spend a lot of time driving, in meetings. It's a very big catchment to get around. We're very hopeful that the wharves and the ferries or the boats will make our journeys quicker and shorter over time. Thank you.
Have you,
Oh, sorry, no, I was going to say the other part is a lot of the partners already exist within this role and we've just sort of added to their skill set. So when you have people like nursery professionals who know everything there is to know about plants, by then becoming field advisors, which is a bit of training, when someone comes in and says, hey, I'm planting this many trees in Kaiwaka, they can say, hey, you guys heard about KMR? Boom, 50% off, just like that. So we're not, there's creating some new, but it's basically taking a lot of people who already exist within this realm and giving them a new thing to talk about when they're talking to landowners so that they have the understanding, so that it passed on to the landowner specifically. So if they haven't heard about us and haven't seen our ads, Cody Park, all the big nurseries, lots of the fencing guys, you know, who for a lot of the fences are just a guy in a truck, and he's able to have an understanding of what's happening so that when he gets a call, he can say to people, hey, have you heard about the KMR? Here's a postcard, here's a brochure, give them a chat, and they can talk to you about everything.
Sure.
okay, I have a question followed by Ash.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question, you're doing a good job, but I'm just thinking silting is a big issue with all the councils in the rivers, the silting, which you're trying to have sediments not going in there. And I don't know the future of this program because obviously you got some money of Mr. Parker and then a little bit more. Have you ever talked to NRC in terms of complementing this exercise so that we can actually de-silt the rivers we have?
Thank you. We're employed by Northern Regional Council, so that's where we're homed at the minute. So we talk quite a lot with NRC. We are in live conversations with them, of course, and with Auckland Council as a unitary authority and that part of the catchment about matters relating to sediment generally. That's our program. Obviously, the regional councils have their own mandate around flood protection, around river systems, that's their work. But where we have an interest that's mutual, we of course sit down and talk to them. But what we do know, and the research is really clear on that, is what happens on the land is the primary determinant of what happens in the river. And that's our mandate. So we work with the Willing, it's a voluntary program for landowners, and particularly around river systems with highly degraded banks and river banks, particularly with stocker through the rivers. That's a really great place to start to reduce those silt and sediment losses into the river.
Yeah, I had a question relating to the flood damage particularly by Gabriel. After talking to some of the landowners, the concerns were that some of the plantings were too close to the river, the streams and catchments where it was actually impacting the flow of the water. And so two questions, did you lose many plants? And secondly, have you had to reassess distances from streams to allow, one, for maintenance of those streams, and two, when you do get an event, the flow of the water is not impeded too much?
Sure, look, thanks. I'll unbundle that. Most of the impacts that we saw were in the Auckland region, and that was largely fences being washed away when they were across a floodplain. So it's largely fence repair or relocation in some cases, or relocation of fencing when there's been a big landslide. So that's the damages that we, KMR, experienced. Can't speak to non-KMR landowners, at least the ones, we rang every one of our landowners, it took about a week, to ask them how they went and what the damages were and if they needed a hand through our recovery fund. So we have quite good data on the damages, very predominantly fences. There was one marae, I think in the Auckland region, that had suffered some planting losses around a wetland, but very recently planted, so that makes a difference around plant loss. What I can say about our planning regime is we always learn, this is a learning program. We're here to take whatever the latest scientific information is and apply it. Auckland Council's working with a group of locals in the Hōtio catchment, so just over the border, to understand the flood risk damages. I'm sure from both fencing and planning perspectives, they're working with quite a lot of the national research providers to have a workshop. It'll be in October. It will be publicly available. I'm not sure about online, but certainly in person. And we, KMR, will take the learnings from that workshop. And it may mean that we change our setbacks, current setbacks for fencing and planting. I don't know that yet until that research has been done and that process has been finished. What I can say is we KMR have received some third-party funding, in fact, from the Crown to, this is the wrong word, but way of describing it is we're going to stitch together all of the information spatially in a GIS layer of effectiveness across the catchment so that we know where either there's been trees that have blown over or there's been some flooding or there's been some landslip or landslide activity. And that's because while councils do have this mandate and are working in this space, in the science world, which I come from, if you're working on landslides, you don't really care about floods and no one's really pulling that information together. So we're investing, again, through a local provider to stitch together a pretty rough layer that can go into our digital tools. So first of all, we'll know when we're engaging with landowners if they've been affected in any way. So we'll be nice to them, nicer to them. And secondly, if there is research that shows that setbacks need to change, in those areas, we will apply a different potential fencing or planting regime. So we're up for learning.
Councillor Larson.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, thanks, Justine. Just to go back to the total project budget for the whole remediation project.
So the original business case was a $300 million plus estimated program costs back in 2017, 2018. Martin Jenkins did the business case, the indicative business case. It was never a full business case. I'll be aware of that work. The Crown invested 100 million, for which we're very grateful. The program is designed to be a $200 million program. We have co-funding from Northern Regional Council of 10 million, co-funding from Auckland Council of 10 million, and the 80 million is the landowner contribution or other third-party co-funding contribution. That's often time, it's often in kind, labour. So we are working to a $200 million program. What I can say about that is it's a start. You know, it's always meant to be an intergenerational program, and look, others will decide what happens after 2026. That's not my first process or focus right now. It's really continuing to scale up the program at its early stages.
So is that 200 million is what's allocated until 2026 at this stage, and then you see where you go from?
Yeah, that's right. So the 200 million, remember, it's 100 million of actual cash, and then there's a lot of co-funding and council contributions. So there is a memorandum of understanding, you'll probably be aware, that was signed, which speaks to a 10-year plus program. It speaks to intergenerational commitments. It speaks to both councils have it working with partners to explore longer term funding. So the signals are there for a longer term program. But what I'm leading up is till 30 June 2026.
Okay, thank you. And with maybe I misheard you before, but you were talking, I thought, about some third-party funding from the Crown.
Yes, that's right. Yes, for the digital mapping. Yes.
Right. So they're third party in that
It's not through a contract. It's not through the contract that we discharge. It's a additional
money from the Crown.
Yeah, different part of the Crown. Yeah. So what sometimes look, it's one of my jobs is to fill that 80 million gap. It's quite a big gap. And obviously, I have a background in stakeholder engagement, and actually leveraging money in a commercial sense. I'm a commercial director in other roles. So I've got, for example, some really fantastic monitoring equipment for free that benefits everyone. It's done with permission. We've got market investments that people are quite interested in supporting. There's a lot of philanthropic funding out there. There's a lot of co-funding that we can and are bringing into the program to grow there. And what it does, essentially, it manages, reduces barriers to landowners who want to take action. Sometimes it's hard for landowners to meet that 50-50 co-funding requirement. Time short, or the elderly, planting 10,000 trees or 47,000 trees, it's quite a lot of hard work. So how do we bring in that co-funding to make it cheaper for the landowners to take action? And that's really what that's for.
So with that 80 million, is that really the biggest impediment to being able to draw down the 100 million from the Crown?
The 50-50 co-funding requirement. I think, look, I'll be honest, we're in a cyclone and flood affected environment right now. Times are tough. People don't have labour, they're old, they're retiring, whatever. You know, it's always a stretch to get landowners to participate in a voluntary program, but we're getting there. I believe we've got a lot of interest. I believe we'll get there. Right now, we're hearing for some of the collective groups, some of the sheep and beef farmers, it's a bit of a barrier where we can. We provide free stuff. I just want to shout out to our Trees That Count co-funders. So where landowners actually want to plant, but they can't afford it, planting is quite expensive. We will offer Trees That Count partnership trees, and they're valued as part of the co-funding contribution, third-party contribution to the project.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. If you don't mind, I'd just like to ask one more question. Is that okay?
Certainly.
Just with regard to the Northern Wairoa River, which is something that's very visible to us and its condition.
Yes.
I guess you have some data on how much sediment is going down there every day.
Yes, so I can speak to that. So there's a couple of research studies that have been done a couple of years back. One of them was never peer reviewed, and it has a very high percentage. I can't recall the figure, it's about 60% of the sediment coming down the river comes from that catchment. It's actually not peer reviewed. The peer reviewed research that was done by the leading national research institutes that deal with sediment, that's dealing with the National Model Sediment NZ, that says that between 20 and 22% of the sediment that's flowing into the Kaipara Moana, the Kaipara Harbour, comes from that very large area north of the Hikarangi Swamp. So yes, it's still a generally big proportion. It's a large land area. So the land area there is about 25% of the catchment, 19% of the catchment, and it's releasing around 20 to 22% of the overall sediment flows. That's a very solidly peer-reviewed piece of research that was done with a very wide set of expertises. I realise there's this other report out there. It's, from my perspective, unhelpful. We work a lot with landowners in that part of the catchment, by the way. I've taken a look across the catchment actually for preparing for this conversation, and it's really evenly spread. We work with everywhere, and you can see, long story, these dots go into smaller dots for privacy reasons. We won't zoom in, or perhaps we might, but
Oh, that's like so that this here is. This is the bottom.
really,
Yeah.
yep.
So that's sort of a snapshot, but basically every one of these blue dots,
So,
and on this one, every one of these white dots is, within this sort of rough catchment, 5, 15, 34, 40.
and that's just a partial view. We
Yeah.
don't have all our grants in here yet. And so when you can see that, you see it's really significant. It's very evenly spread. I'm actually quite surprised to see that for various reasons in a voluntary program. It's very evenly spread.
Okay, so what is the actual quantity that's been measured going down the
20 to 22%.
the
Yeah.
quantity?
Yes,
No,
of,
not the percentage, the quantity.
so of the 700,000 tonnes of estimated
700,000.
tonnes per annum is the estimated lead. Now, that's a lot. It's 7 times the natural rate. That's why KMR is so important. Now, monitoring wise, Northern Regional Council and Auckland Council, you'll need to speak to them about their monitoring. We do know there's some gaps in the monitoring network at present, and KMR is brokering a conversation between both councils about what an optimised monitoring network right across the catchment would look like. There is a gap in the Wairoa now near Dargaville, around there. We could see some benefit in additional monitoring in that area. We have recommended, including to the Ministry of the Environment, that is something that we need to collectively think about. KMR has no role in monitoring, but we are certainly vocal about the opportunities to optimise the monitoring network around the catchment. But I would recommend you speak to Northern Regional Council.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question. Councillor Howard, followed by Councillor Lambeth.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I endorse. It's wonderful to get this overview. $200 million and it's only Kaipara.
It's
Kaipara
Kaipara catchment.
So Kaipara catchment.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, only Kaipara catchment. So some of your district is not in the KMR catchment, the ecological catchment.
Okay, so my first question is this replicated in other parts of the country?
Yes, in some cases.
So it's a massive funding project
Yes,
across the country.
yes, we're very grateful for that investment from many co-funders. So there are a number, I don't have the actual figure of Jobs for Nature programs. We are the largest, but we're certainly not unique. We work a lot in the Waikato River. We work a lot with our partners in the Bay of Plenty. There's Pātawa Nui, Top of the South. We actually are a national network of programs.
One in Wanaka. Waikokopua is the one that's looking at the Waihi estuary. So there's similar programs. There's a group of people doing some stuff at Matakana, the Friends of the Chihuahua Matakana, yeah.
Yep.
So there's lots of other little programs doing things, but we're kind of the,
Well, because, I guess the extension from there is that there is a lot of learnings, not just here from our catchment. And I'm wondering, is there the opportunity, it's excluded there in your map, to have those learnings applied for our Mangawhai Harbour over here?
Yes,
district?
yes, yes.
And particularly, yours, you talk remediation. I mean, I love the proactivity, the front foot stuff and the remediation. And we've got this plague of mangrove here. And I mean, is there anything that you're learning that could be applied over here in terms of remediation of mangrove?
Well, thank you. First of all, one of my personal KPIs and one of the program goals is to share learnings. So we do that free of charge. The IP is open for everyone to use. And so we do make our learnings available to all. We're very happy to do that. We have spoken at the, which AMP show was it? The Warkworth AMP show with the foam folk. We do that anyway, and there's probably a more formalised sharing through the Jobs for Nature investments across the country. We'll make everything available. It's all public, it's all open. In mangroves, that's not what we do. We work on the land.
Yeah.
We don't work on the sea. So mangroves technically are.
Well, that's right. The remediation is stopping the silt coming.
Yeah, and look, mangroves are a symptom of the problem we're facing. They're not the cause of it, just to be really clear. Yeah, yes, exactly. Thank you, Councillor Vincent.
Okay, I'll have questions from Councillor Lambeth, followed by Councillor Vincent.
My one's just very, very brief. I know Fonterra and all the farmers are right behind riparian planting. Do you have an inlet or an isolated area where you have completed the riparian planting, you have monitoring before and after to see the success?
So the answer in KMR is no, because we only started 18 months ago operationally, but previous precursor programs, IKMHG, Dub program up in the Northern Wairua, there's lots of really great examples of the benefits of that riparian management. We call that riparian management, wetland restoration, coastal westerine planting to reduce sediment. So you'd need to talk to those earlier programs or the councils around monitoring.
Yeah, so just that control sample, within the science experiment is that control and end.
Absolutely.
Are we close here or not?
I'd say, well, sediment is a multi-decadal problem. There's a lot of natural noise in sediment. When it rains hard, you get a lot of sediment, it's life. So statistically meaningful results do take a long time. We have just received, there's a Centre of Research Excellence, it's national, it's called Coastal People Southern Skies, and they're just putting in 2 research sites to support KMR, which will provide some excellent learning, and we'll draw on regional council benchmarking. So in Northland, the baseline monitoring that you were speaking of, there's been baseline monitoring in 2014, and they're scheduled again to go again in 2024 under their long-term plan. So we will get a really good comparator. It's not KMR's benefit we'll see, but we'll see the benefits of those earlier programs.
And I suppose Gabriel and last year's weather thing is just blowing any consistency out of any.
Yeah, so that's
given a lot of time to plant trees, but it has caused a lot of rain, yeah.
And I'll be honest, people have seen those hillsides moving, they've seen the damages. We've had a lot of landowners ring us after those cyclones. a silver lining, I think you might say.
It's definitely a silver lining, is there's people who said, oh no, that land's never going, 6 months ago, 8 months ago, a year ago, that land never moves. And then they've called us and said, paddock's gone. So what can we do, And so when we have the data, when we're talking about some of the digital tools, when, some of our team are on farm and they're looking at stuff and you can see, with aerial photography and all that kind of stuff, the gradual decline of that hill used to be here and now it's here. And then they see it in picture and they go, you don't notice it because you look at it every day, but a cyclone makes it go, oh, wow, we just lost a couple of years there. So what can we do? Which has been really handy, I guess.
Yeah.
So,
And look, some of our landowners have had 100-hectare hill slopes just wash away, 100 hectares. It's 70 hectares, that's in the Auckland, but yeah, we've had some pretty big damages that we've experienced. Yeah.
Councillor Vincent and then Councillor Manderson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have two questions. One, given that sediment is the target, is there any provision for using technology rather than trees? For instance, say, subsidising the cost of building herd homes or something like that, or rerouting of, say, farm races, which might currently be directed into a waterway where they could be diverted elsewhere, that sort of thing.
That sort of thing. It's a great question, Councillor Vincent. Would you mind going to the circle diagram? So we've got a bit of work to do yet. We've got in principle a decision by our governors to move into the whole of landscape potential mitigations. What we're likely to target is the mitigations, which are a bit hard to see on the slide, but remnant bush blocks, fencing off those, excluding stock from those, regenerating totara, and Northland in particular, it's a really low cost remediation. Constructed features, things like reconstructed wetlands, sediment traps potentially are in the frame. Some infrastructures, it's in the frame, but we've not made decisions from a governance or an operational perspective yet about which specific constructed features. But there are a number of options at the whole landscape level we will be targeting. I'll be honest, we'll be looking mostly in the eroding hillsides where we know that 50% of the sediment we're not addressing comes from. So that's really going to be the focus of best bang for buck.
Some form of silt detention structure at the bottom.
Could be bunds, natural swales.
Waterway.
Yeah, absolutely. But we haven't done that technical work yet to take to governors to say it's a staged progression from moving from waterways into the whole landscape. And the first cab off the rank is large scale native planting and silviculture, silvipastoral regimes, because we know they work and we've got great data to take to.
and that's part of the benefit of what the Navigator projects are there to do, is a lot of that is, well, what are your ideas? And then we have a conversation with a landowner who has this brainwave and we say, well, how does that work and what are we possible to do? So those two that we've got there could be looking at all sorts of things that allow us to sort of think about this when we take it back to our governance to say, this is what people are saying on the land that they think could work. Is this something you want to explore?
And it's backed by science too. We'll only invest in things where landowners want to take action and there's emerging or known research that says it makes a difference, coming back to your earlier point. Yeah.
Okay. So my second question is, okay, I'm keen on there being incentives for cockies to get involved in the program. Where does the planting program fit in relation to the emissions trading scheme?
So our landowners at the minute take voluntary action. They will benefit from whatever decisions come out from region or central government, regional or central government around incentives. We already have grey markets operational right now in New Zealand and internationally. A lot of philanthropic funding comes through grey markets. We do connect landowners with providers of carbon or biodiversity market advantages. It's the landowner's choice at the end of the day, whether they want to work with a third party provider. We will make connections, a broker if you like. That's particularly important where landowners want to do more in the remediation space than they can afford with the 50-50 co-funding. But obviously these grey markets and these market providers exist now. What we do is we help landowners understand how to accelerate or amplify the works that they'd like to do. What it does is essentially brings forward works to be done now rather than done in 5 or 10 or 15 years from an affordability perspective.
So I could put it around the other way then. So the fact that there is $100 million of government money being contributed doesn't prevent someone taking the option of registering their
landowner choice. It's voluntary program, we work with the Willing, and if they want to match their 50% of the project costs through some other revenue stream that they've secured, that's fine by us. Yeah, it's the 80 million is agnostic, if you like, about who's funding the works or co-funding the works. Yeah, so lots of opportunities, actually lots of opportunities for our landowners to take action and be rewarded for doing the right thing. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, time's moving on, so we'll take one more question. Ron Mendelson.
Thank you. It's through you, Mr. Mayor. Can I ask, and correct me if I made some wrong assumptions here, you've spoken of 700,000 tonnes of sediment being conveyed by the Northern Warra River.
Sorry, across the whole catchment.
Okay, that's answered what was the next question. 700. And of that, is it all deposited in the harbour or does some portion flow out to sea?
Well, originally that may take decades. We've had some hydrological modelling by NIWA, so this is all that research has been done. It's publicly available on our website. It mostly stays in the harbour a very, very long time. It's trapped, if you like. That mouth is pretty narrow. It will eventually resolve, but right now it's in the harbour. It's staying in the harbour. It washes around from north to south. We've got hydrological map models of what happens to the sediment. A lot of it actually comes from the north and washes into Auckland region. Yeah, it's not a great, it's one of the reasons the Crown has invested so heavily. There are a lot of benefits from reducing sediment, and it is a long-term intergenerational benefit that will accrue from action now. It's also a long-term problem.
And given the size of the harbour, how many years till it sorts up?
I'm not sure. That's a great question. We're not interested in that though. We're interested in the solution. That's our job, is to work with people to reduce that flow. Turning off the sediment tap is our job.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Justine and Ben. It was pretty informative. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Appreciate the time.
Next on our agenda, we have the triennial governance policy reviews, and Shireen Monday. I see Shireen's up on screen. Are you presenting from there, Shireen?
Kia ora. Sorry, I'm in a very small cubby hole.
We can't hear you, Shireen.
No, I'm not on mute. Can you hear me now?
No, I can lip read though.
Give me a second. Every time. Every time.
You're good now, we can hear you.
Oh, great. It's always a different system, always a different trick to trying to work it out. Thank you for doing the magic. Kia ora, and thank you. Alana is presenting this presentation for me. So she'll go through the slides for me. Thank you, Alana. We're going to be talking about 3 different policies. So I was going to suggest through the chair, is it okay if we get through the presentation and then circle back to the policies and deal with them each individually at the end?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. Okay, so today we're talking about governance policies. So the voluntary review period for these policies is that each triennium with a newly elected council, these policies are reviewed. There are 4 policies. We are talking about 3 today. The elected member allowances and recovery expenses policy is reliant on the determination, and that was only recently released. So we're still working through that, and that will come to a future council briefing. So today we're talking about the non-elected member remuneration policy. That is a relatively new policy, the gifts for elected member policy and the petitions policy, and those policies have been in place since about approximately 2015-16 at least each. So next slide, please, Alana. So just briefly an overview. As I said, these are elective policies of council, so they are policies that help council in their decision making, so support both the elected members and staff in acting on within a transparent and clear framework. And as I said, the non-elected member remuneration policy has only been in place since 2020. The other 2 have been in place since prior to that. Next slide, please, Alana. Thank you. So the review outcomes were that the non-elected member remuneration policy is largely fit for purpose. It provides transparency, clarity. It defines who is a non-elected member. in terms of being able to be remunerated and who is not a non-elected member who's not able to be remunerated, and it also sets the amount and the mileage for that. So it clarifies those matters, so that is easy then for any people who fit the criteria to be paid for their attendance at meetings. There have been minor edits done to reformat it in the current policy template and just rewording for clarity and simplicity. But overall, there are absolutely no substantive changes to that policy proposed. The report suggests that council may wish to consider the amount payable as it's currently set. No changes have been proposed to that at this stage by staff. The gifts for elected members policy largely duplicates or is inconsistent with Code of Conduct recently adopted by council. So staff in reviewing similar policies across the country for other councils have drafted a revised policy that provides that is not inconsistent with the Code of Conduct, but that provides a more broader policy approach and intent to guide decisions of elected members in whether to receive or not receive gifts. Ultimately, elected members will be aware that Code of Conduct is quite clear about what needs to happen with gifts, and also there is legislation in place that covers that as well. So elected members will obviously be aware of all of those things. This policy just provides an additional framework that council may wish to consider. The petitions policy, again, largely repeats, in this case, council standing orders. So a review of that, and again, a review of what is happening across other countries, other councils in the country, is that where it doesn't repeat council standing orders, it's not actually a policy approach, it's just a procedure. This is how we do things. So you have to fill in a form, you have to get it in 10 days prior. This is what a petition, it provides a definition of a petition and who is the lead petitioner, and it provides information to the community about how to meet the petitions policy of the standing orders rather than actually providing a policy framework. Because the main issue around this is to provide information, to easily accessible information to the community about how they can or cannot provide a petition to council. Staff are suggesting that the policy is revoked and that we replace it with some petition guidelines that will be published on council's website that includes a form, and it provides a much more supportive environment for people who want to inquire about these matters. Next slide, please, Alana. So that is a very brief presentation. So the direction sought is, this is the direction sought, any feedback on these matters, and whether council wishes to consider potentially revoking the petitions policy and adopting a revised gifts policy, as well as whether there are any further changes to the non-elected member remuneration policy required.
Okay, councillor Peniora, you have a question.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions for clarification. So first, in the remuneration policy at 3.1, the definition of an elected member, can you just please explain why, for example, the chair of the Audit and Risk Committee is excluded or an exception to the definition, just for, does it fall under some other regime or the like?
This was specifically excluded because the chair of the Audit, Risk and Finance Committee had that was an existing established payment arrangement prior to this policy coming into place. So it would have been inconsistent with that policy. So
where does he fall for transparency reasons then?
The payments to the chair of the Audit and Risk Committee are published in the annual report. Does that answer your question, councillor?
We have through you, Mr. Mayor. So I believe we have a separate contract with the chair of the Audit, Risk and Finance Committee, chairperson.
Okay. And I had one other question. And then where do we find independent hearings commissioner remuneration? Is that again in the annual report?
I'm sorry, councillor, I don't have that information hand. I was just looking for the audit risk and finance member. I do understand that that is again under another agreement, and I might ask the CE or one of the GMs to answer that.
Mr Mayor, so the independent commissioners currently, charged for their work, and we pay them based on the contract that we have with them.
So, but where can we find that for transparency reasons?
I don't think we publish the payments made to independent commissioners. As far as, no, I don't think we do. Can I just clarify? So we don't do that, do we?
We don't publish what's charged to the commissioners line.
And why is that?
They have different rates, but we do publish who is chosen.
But why should that matter, what rates they have as to why they're published or not published?
I thought it was published, the hourly rates.
We do the total. Potentially.
Because there's been a decision arrived at to exclude certain people, but what is the justification? Well, it's not an employment role, then it.
Doing, Mr Mayor, so we do have, obviously quite a lot of independent hearings commissioners and consultants that we use. We don't publish all the information for all of them at all, and we have contracts in place.
The contractors wouldn't fall within this policy though, to have to be excluded. There's a reason why they're being excluded, is because by right they should be fall within this policy.
So we do have contracts in place for them, but we don't publish what their rates are.
It's a contractual thing rather than a remuneration.
But they're not guaranteed to be appointed into every hearing. There's a rotating for each one. Is it not transparent to have that information in there?
Well, then there's a contractual relationship there, and they could argue that their contractual rates and the rate that they charge are commercially sensitive information.
So maybe we need to put that in so that it's clear that certain people have have their rates notified and others don't. This seems a little bit unfair. There's nothing in here that explains the rationale behind it.
Take that feedback.
Thank you.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through the chair. I also had a question on the transparency for the unelected members, chair and committee panel members, costs and expenses anywhere. So elected members have their yearly expenses published on the KDC website for transparency. Where is the unelected members' costs and expenses listed, or is it just grouped into a budget that's in the annual report, or is it actually listed separately for each of the committees that we have where we have unelected members? Clarity on reporting and transparency.
Through the chair, they are currently not published in the annual report. The non-elected member expenses for the previous financial year were $2,095.02. But they are not, but they haven't been published in the annual report. I guess it's outside the scope of the policy whether the payments should be published or not. That would be, I'm not sure, that might be an annual report decision outside of the actual policy about publishing those payments.
So through you, Mr Mayor, so we're not currently talking about big dollars, but that's not the point you're raising, councillor.
But that's just what I wondered. It's not big dollars, but what's the perception from the ratepayers?
That, so we'll have a look at it.
Cool, thank you.
Councillor Ashnaya, and followed by Councillor Howard.
No, just a clarification again on this Audit and Finance Committee chair. So there's a contract in place, I guess? And when does it expire? Because I think that's one thing. I was in Whangarei District Council. They have a chair which is not an outsider. It's Paul Jovich. He's someone who knows. So I would like to know when we have the opportunity to look at that option, that we have someone from us.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so you're going into a different place right now.
Yeah.
However, what I would say there, it is 100% best practice in an audit risk committee to have an external chairperson. And so we do have that in place, and we have a contract in place for that, and it was appointed by the mayor.
So you're saying that council is not doing it right? It's not best practice for them?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just on the commission, hearing commissioners and that element, if an elected member happened to be a commissioner,
Which you haven't placed.
do they get paid and therefore done through expenses, and therefore their income, or call it income, would be identified in the annual declaration of expenses?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so we have currently one elected member who is qualified with the Making Good Decisions training, and who has attending plan change hearings. There is a rate under the determination that is paid for that.
Yep.
And that you would have seen recently, we've sent out the expenses recently, and that's included in that. We are clarifying to make sure that the public understand that that is not a ratepayer expense. It is charged back to the applicant. So yes, that's included.
I guess that was my next point, is to ensure transparent clarity that this is not additional payment for doing elected member services. It is something quite specific. But we still have this juxtaposition of one person having their income from that role identified and others not.
So you're talking about the difference between being an elected member and not being elected, and the contractual ability we have to publish specifics around that, okay? So from an elected member's perspective, your remuneration is public information, and we are required to and do ensure that the public see that for transparency's sake. There is a different element when you talk about independent commissioners contracted to do work. They're not elected members.
Okay, I accept it.
Councillor Paniora.
Just contradicted yourself in the answer you gave me and the answer you gave him. So if you're saying that the reason why there's an exclusion there is because there's a contractual rate, you've just said that there's already set rates.
Set rates for elected members.
There's already set rates for commissioners.
No, there's not. There's a contractual rate for, so bear with me, okay? I'll try and explain it. So we've got elected members who sit on hearings, and there is a set rate set by the Remuneration Authority for the elected member who sits on those hearings.
Yeah.
Okay. For our independent commissioners who are contracted, and we contract to us, they're commercially sensitive rates.
So, but going back to our one member, if it's a set rate.
One member. Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah.
If it's a set rate and mileage is set and it's all set, but that's an exclusion, then why would that not be published? Because it's all, there's no.
For an elected member who sits on plan change hearings, for an example.
Where is that published?
In the expense, we do that in the expenses.
Okay.
Back to you all in the last week.
It's just very,
So Williams.
Just make a point, in the annual report, it is actually the chair, the listers, so there's three of them in last year's one, and it has their expenses there for audit risk and finance.
okay.
So it is documented in the annual report.
Okay. Next question. Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I probably differ in saying that it's confusing if you're looking at the policy. The policy is headed up non-elected member remuneration policy. So you wouldn't expect the elected member remuneration to be in that policy because it's not a policy about that. That's just my point of clarification there. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Questions? Thank you very much, Shireen. You have completed, is that correct? You've completed your presentation?
I've completed my presentation. If there's no other questions, there will be a future report to council along the lines of what's been presented to today for a decision.
Okay, we look forward to hearing back from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. The next Item on our list is appointment of hearing commissioner policy. Catherine Overwater will present this in person. Welcome, Catherine.
Good morning, elected members, your worship. Right, I have a stack of paper. Right. Draft. Cool. So I'm going to step you through the appointment of the commissioner policy. Now, I'm on my own today. Lloyd was meant to help, but he's sunbathing in Fiji. So I get the fun task of presenting to you guys on a policy that affects both the resource consents team and the district planning team, and sometimes other parts of council that might need hearing commissioners as well. So the policy that I've put on the report for you is a initial track change version of the policy. But I will make the point first that having a hearing commissioner policy is not a legal requirement, but there are benefits for KDC to have it, including obviously fairness and transparency about how KDC select their commissioners. I did talk to other councils about this as well, and there's a mixed bag of what they do. But yeah, basically the initial track change version I've brought to you today just to discuss and get some feedback on. We're looking for some input from elected members before we bring it back to council. And all going well, we do plan to undertake a procurement process to update the list of commissioners that sit at the back of that policy, which the current commissioners' contracts expire in October, so coming up very soon. So we wanted to get busy with that. And as you'll know, we've got lots of private plan changes happening at council at the moment, and obviously the resource consent business is always requiring commissioners when there's notified applications that need to be heard. So the main thing really is that in order for commissioners to be appointed to the list, they have to be an accredited commissioner, and to do that they have to complete the Making Good Decisions program, which WSP run at the moment, and then they go on to the list, which is held by the Ministry for the Environment, and I've given a link to that through the report. So the policy steps out the process for the selection of independent hearing commissioners, panel chairs, and obviously internal hearing commissioners, which is our elected members, of which we have only one at the moment. But of course, you know, there might be more. So the policy is there to sort of guide each of those appointments. It needs to have some flexibility about how appointments are made, but also making sure that transparency and fairness are the, top of the priority there, giving all commissioners an opportunity to be appointed. So we've suggested that the list is extended this time. The previous review of this policy kept it at 15. We've experienced just doing district plan hearings recently, trying to get 3 commissioners on a panel has been a bit of a struggle because commissioners are highly sought after across the country at the moment for all sorts of things that the government are wanting councils to do. So, and of course, availability and location is important as well. So we want to try and get local people appointed where we can. We have suggested that we do look beyond just local as well. So regionally, and possibly New Zealand if there is a particular set of skill sets that we are needing. But basically, as long as we're avoiding any potential conflicts of interest, and as I say, if there's particular skills or experience that's needed for a hearing, then those would be the exceptions to using local commissioners. The plan going forward, which is different to the way that we've sort of practiced, the consents team have largely held a bit of a register in terms of who has been appointed because they've largely used the policy over the last 3 years. But now that we've been getting quite busy with the district planning team, we're going to put together a bit of a register so that each team can show who the last appointments were and have some transparency and record keeping around the reasons why those particular commissioners were appointed. So that's still work in progress, and obviously will sit outside of the policy. So the next steps, I'm not keeping up with my slides here. The next steps are that we're going to obviously discuss the policy that I've put to you in track change today. And, you know, should there not be significant changes required, the plan is to bring it back to the council meeting at the end of the month. And then following approval of that policy by council, ideally we would like to undertake a procurement process to re-establish the list of commissioners. Previously, talking to the people involved in last round, we do typically re-notify those commissioners who are already on the list and look to only interviewing any additional commissioners that we'd want to add to the list. So probably because obviously commissioners have to have done the training, there's a number of them that will be Northland or Auckland based, and so we just need to decide who gets offered the opportunity to be on the list, and then look to interviewing those that are interested that we would want. So there's obviously a process around that. Yeah, and so I guess the key point is that we are looking for more locally based commissioners. Some are quite far away that are on the list at the moment. And so the more we can have locally, that just reduces the costs of hearings and cost to the applicants. So that's probably all I've got on that for now, but happy for questions and hopefully comments and suggested changes.
Councillor Howard, followed by Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Catherine. You detail in there the benefits to KDC of having local service and fairness and transparency. I just wondered whether there is actually another one to add there, which is a better overview of local issues.
Yep.
And have that specifically detailed, or maybe objective overview of local matters.
Absolutely.
Would hopefully be carried out.
Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, but I don't see any particular problem with the proposed changes, but perhaps it's because I couldn't find it in the policy. In your report, you refer to the difference between hear and recommend and hear and decide. Is that in the policy? It doesn't need to be, does it?
It's not in the policy, so that comes back to delegations,
Yes.
and that's the difference between resource consents having delegation to appoint versus us, and you'll know from the reports that we've brought previously to appoint commissioners that we need the delegation from council to do that. So it sits with the delegations as far as I can think.
That's a very important principle for me. That's whereas on the one hand, a decision on a resource consent is just applying the council's policy, i.e. the district plan, whereas a private plan change request is actually changing our policy document. And I see it's really important that that does have the council's fingerprints on it at the beginning and the end myself.
Yeah.
So I was just wanting to make clear that that's not actually some wording that I might have missed in the policy.
No, I haven't put any specific wording. No.
Thank you.
Councillor Larson.
I thank you, Your Worship. You just by way of clarification around that point, it does at the moment point to the delegations on page 5 of the policy. It's a bit brief in that it only to an example, and one of the things we could do is track in there the additional delegation sections, perhaps to just make it a bit more clear. I did note that I actually have a few tweaks and suggestions to make, but unfortunately I ran out of time to track them, and so I will email it into you. I realise that we're already way past our allocated time, so.
It's perfect.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, So thank you, Catherine. Item 4 now, which you're also presenting.
Yes.
National policy statement for Indigenous biodiversity and proposed the credit system. Thank you.
Mr Mayor, sorry, with your indulgence, I did have a further question to raise. That last item.
Would you like to ask it then?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's just, I know it can be a matter of some controversy when independent commissioners have made a decision on a plan change and it comes back to council for a recommendation to adopt. I wonder if it would be helpful, if it be possible, to require the chair of the panel to actually present that report to council in person so that the members could ask questions for clarification on that.
So yes, Mr Mayor, so yeah, we can make that happen.
Yeah, good point. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
What's on that?
So today, what I'm hoping to provide you is just an update in terms of our national policy, Indigenous biodiversity, or also labelled NPSIB. For those that have been around a little while, this won't be a new term. We've been waiting quite a few years for this document to land, and there was some scepticism whether it would come before the election, but here it is. So the NPSIB is basically a document that the ministry have put out that's hoping to address biodiversity decline in New Zealand, and it provides a regulatory framework to protect, maintain, restore Indigenous biodiversity, requiring at least no further reductions. So as I said, we've been waiting some time for this document, and we've deliberately held off making any decisions around this. Some of you might be familiar with what happened in the Far North when Far North went to release SNAs on their district plans, and led to further refinements, you could say, of this document with the ministry. So now that it's landed with us, I'm here to report that it comes into force on the 4th of August, so end of this week. And obviously now council needs to implement the document. I've given you as much information as possible with the Section 32 evaluation, summary fact sheets, the implementation plan. So there's a lot of context to this document. And I guess what you really need to know is that the key changes here is that the NPS is requiring council to undertake quite a lot more engagement and consultation than we may have previously in the drafts that we've seen to date. And this is really getting to grips with engagement with tangata whenua people and communities, which includes landowners. So we would need to formulate a bit of a plan around how we're going to do that. And obviously it's early stages. We do also have to identify and map what they're calling SNAs, or significant natural areas. So this requires quite a bit of work from council, and obviously funding to do so. There is meant to be funding from the ministry to assist space, and we are talking to the regional council who also will help us with a district-wide assessment, and they will have funding for this also. So Kaipara District Council have got 8 years to give effect to the NPS, but we've only got 5 years to basically notify a plan change to provide for the SNA mapping. So we do need to set about working out how we're going to do this, and obviously work with landowners and affected people who have SNA on their property to bring about implementation of the document. So the next steps from here, so obviously we've just got this document, we're getting our head around it. We plan to come back to you towards the end of this year with a bit of a project plan and a way forward. And we will be working with the regional council as I said, but also our friends at Far North and Whangarei District Council who are also in the same boat and will need to be mapping SNA and including in their district plan maps at some point in time as well. But I will say that we're not rushing this process because we want to make sure that we've got all the information available from the ministry, any access to funding to help with the project, and obviously any funding that Northern Regional Council may have access to. So yeah, we'll come back to you towards the end of the year with a bit more of a plan. So any questions?
Councillor Vincent's got his hand directly up there.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I guess that's, could be stating the obvious. So then I take it that it is not intended to include this as part of the proposed district plan notification process.
No. So remember, we made a deliberate decision that we were not going to do that. And so any provisions that we put into the proposed district plan will be around obviously clearance of Indigenous vegetation, but not protection of SNAs and including the mapping, because that's a huge piece of work. And it will take time to do that. And we have got the time under the NPSIP to do that. So it might be that we have to do a future plan change or a variation to the proposed district plan, depending on timing.
Thank you.
When you have the Ministry for the Environment, they assist with funding, does that extend to the time when landowners need to be consulted? How much consultation will occur with landowners? Because I think that's what got up the nose of a lot of people up north. Because it had a little bit of extra rain the last 2 months and they had a few rushes growing and getting into the valley, all of a sudden they had a significant wetland. Just to give an extreme example of what can happen without, good consultation. You can't make this stuff happen off looking at an aerial map, right? So that consultation, does that fall on council or is it funded through MFE as well?
We're hoping that we will get some funding for that because it will be a huge piece of work. And I think the expense you referred to there is the ground truthing of the mapping, which will require somebody with, qualified experience, maybe an ecologist, to actually go to people's property and have a look at what they have. Because if we just use aerial imagery, you're never going to get a complete picture. And I had a bit of experience with this down in the Waikato when they did try and map SNAs, and we got thousands of submissions on it to say there's no SNA on my property, and then we just needed someone to go out and confirm that, and that costs quite a bit of money. So that's probably primarily we will need the funding, but consultation is never cheap either. Going, to meetings, hopefully collaboratively with the regional council and the other councils, we can figure out ways where we can save some money in that space as well, given that we all have to do it.
Thank you. Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I certainly support the idea to approach this carefully and not be in a rush about it.
Yeah.
And in that regard, I haven't actually heard any commentary recently from opposition parties about what they think of the policy statement, or any commentary about whether they intend to repeal anything in relation to it. I know they have with a lot of other legislation. So with only 2 months going till the election, I think it's probably a good time to just hi-ho until we get past that, because we've got 5 years to get our plans out. So a couple of months is probably worthwhile not investing any resource and get past the election and see where we land. My thoughts. Thank you.
Anyone else want to ask any questions? Okay, thank you. So, come back 5 past.
Sorry, Your Worship. There's
Carry on.
I've almost got away with it.
time on this one as well.
No.
So just also for your information, thank you, Michael, until I'm in a different place today. The Ministry for the Environment has also at the same time, very strategically, I think, released a discussion document exploring a biodiversity credit system. So hopefully you've had a chance to have a little look at that. There's some things in there that's really interesting, but also I think this is our opportunity as Kaipara District Council to provide some input to what this credit system could look like, and putting a Kaipara flavour on it. So I guess anyone that's in this space of understanding sort of the biodiversity credits and things like that, there's already been some international examples to follow. The ministry are looking at applying this to both private and public land. So that's good to know. ADC perspective. We've got this opportunity to put a submission in by the 3rd of November. So today I was just seeking some direction from elected members to see if we would like to do that. And staff will obviously get intimate with the document and bring that back to you as elected members for feedback. So yeah, that's probably everything I had on that.
So Daniel?
Yeah, so my feedback is that it would be totally remiss of Kaipara District Council not to provide a submission, given that this very topic created protests in the far north when the council even tried to implement it, and some type of potentially consultation around quite large land holdings that would be more significantly affected than your usual mum and dad farmer. And it's exciting to be able to design or have input into the design of the credit system. I think that it benefits both. It can benefit a wide variety of people. There's been talk around it could potentially be a system where rich landowners are able to buy their way out through credits of having to meet the obligations, and then in the reverse, the landowners that don't have the means to buy the credits to have to be constrained by this another layer of bureaucracy, and it'll be important to really stress that in the submissions around how we can come to a balanced result for our ratepayers. And if we don't put a submission in, then, we're not part of local government New Zealand, so we effectively haven't provided our voice if we don't do follow through with those submissions. So that's my feedback on that. Thank you.
Councillor Lambeth, followed by Councillor Vincent, followed by Councillor Nair.
Yeah, mine relates mainly to a question. Community trusts and the setup of those. I know a lot of landowners who have a particular fondness or want to protect a significant area and lodge it with QE2 Trust. I'm under understanding there could be a sort of private another car racing down the road as this. Am I correct there, or would you include those QE2 trusts in this, or would there be reference made or a proper reference made?
I think that's a really, really good point that you raised, Councillor Lambeth, because there's those that obviously are already protected. Do they benefit, because they're already legally protected or not, and that that I guess is what the credit system will need to address, because there's obviously, even for KDC, we have Reserve Act protected areas already as well. So they've already been protected and being looked after. Do they get included as well? So yeah, I guess it will be, those areas, the QE2 areas would probably constitute, well, they'd be private land. So, yeah.
Because they've basically given up the ownership of that land in a trust.
Yeah.
They still pay the rates on it, they still maintain it.
Yeah.
I know for a fact, because one of my leave breaks, I was sent up the mountain to fence it off. because there's some very rare Hebe up there on our family block of land, and so that we've got to protect, but then again, the owners can't lose the rights of it and still be expected to pay the rates and the maintenance of it. You know, it's keeping their,
I think it comes down to it.
so,
But can I perhaps add to that?
No, just a minute.
Sorry.
oh, sorry, I've cut my chain of thought there, so.
Just wait your turn. Councillor Naya, Councillor Vincent next, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Councillor Naya and then Councillor Paniora.
Okay, just a quick question. This, without, I'm still trying to figure it out, but it seems it's in the nature of a capital payment as opposed to a sort of operational income that could be drawn from it. I suppose where I'm leading to is part of constructing a submission, and I endorse what Councillor Paniora says in that we should put ourselves in that space. Where there's an opportunity to leverage off it in terms of, say, getting it to come within the ambit of the emissions trading scheme, which I also don't fully understand, but as a means of providing regular income to the landowner so that, I guess, they will get to value and cherish that feature in its own right. I mean, that's what I would much rather we have, a voluntary process where people see what this feature does in terms of providing ecosystem services and I guess just making our lives better as well as being a resource that's been locked up and they can't use anymore. So, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Biodiversity is great, and but when it starts to get measured, it becomes very complicated, and as someone pointed out, it's a wasteful exercise for a small council. So I would say hold your guns, or horses. But in saying that, I would say, as Councillor Vincent also pointed out, it's going to be very complex, non-measurable or measurable, something we're not going to get out of it. But as biodiversity per se is acceptable to council, I think is a great concept. But when it comes to trading, as emission trading, we don't know what price you're going to put on it, value, and it's another wasteful exercise for the constituents too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paniora.
Thank you. Just to go back to the beginning, so the National Policy Statement on Indigenous Biodiversity has been gazetted. So is that we're actually moving forward to the credit system and how that will actually look. So nobody knows what it's going to look like. So that's the starting point, and that's the starting point of the submissions, is to put in some really, it could be some fast forwarding, like innovative thinking around this, and just going back to a couple of the comments which I could probably elaborate on, because I have been to a number of James Shaw's hui that I could share here today, is that it doesn't matter about the way in which it's owned, the ownership, trust, private, public, whatever. It's based on the Indigenous biodiversity that's been identified on the land, with trusts, as Councillor Lambeth has pointed out. For those particular examples, is it going to be a positive thing? Because they will actually receive credits. They'll receive credits that can be transferred into money. It's probably the landowners that are looking at developing their land where there's been Indigenous biodiversity identified on that land that want to clear it for development. Those are the ones, these are our ratepayers that are going to have some real issues around that, because they pay into the system to be able to do that. So how do we, again, reiterating my comments, how do we find a balancing act for those ratepayers, and if there are ones that are going to be largely affected or disproportionately affected, maybe considering consulting with in our, I don't know whether we have the maps available already and whether we've already plotted and assessed our district and how it'll be affected, but those are comments to consider. So we kind of have to do have to move on this, because otherwise 3rd of November. That's the deadline. And, we either have a say or we don't.
Thank you, councillor Larson.
Thank you, your worship. Yes, notwithstanding that things may change at the election, I think we need to put in a submission. I'd like to see the submission inform this point that's been raised around rating and whether people voluntarily fence their bush off or are forced to do it via the national policy stuff, ultimately through the district plan. I think that this credit system might be a mechanism that we can use to compensate them. So I kind of like to head towards a situation where if people's land is captured by it, that they aren't actually paying rates on land that they can't use. And we could use this credit system to provide a mechanism to do that. So rather than council trying to find a way of remitting rates on land that now can't be used, we actually use a credit system to balance that and put them at least into a neutral position on that land as best we can. Thank you.
So just following on, maybe introducing in the submissions a formula that means that it's more than the rates that they pay, so they still do see a net benefit to the scheme.
Yeah, I'd just like to follow up on that with one comment too. I had the fortune to go and have a look at a proposal where the applicant is going to plant extensive plantings as part of his proposal, or significant plantings. And so when a developer like that does that, I'd like to see that he's also given credit for creating a significant natural area, because what he's working with, you know, pretty low grade pug country, right? So that planting, I think, should be rewarded. Yep. So an incentive for them. Thank you. Okay, any more statements, questions? Let's have that cup of tea then. 6 minutes past. 11:16. Yep. Minutes. Carry through. Are we live again? Right, let's continue this briefing today, Wednesday, 2nd of August. And the next item on the agenda is the transportation activity briefing presented by Calvin Thomas, NTA. Welcome, Calvin.
Thanks.
Through the chair, we will take the briefing paper as read. We have got a couple of things that have come through already. But we'll take you through the presentation and then answer any other questions along with those that have been. Firstly, just covering off routine inspection. So with the more severe weather, the routine inspections have been able to be back up in earnest. Over the, see from the map up there, we've completed a large portion of the planned inspections across the network, both sealed and unsealed. We also had an increased focus on the works completion quality with 267 individual work items ordered in June. 13 of those were compliance audits with 254 job audits. We also completed the network-wide blanket grading. So this is a trial that Bernard and the team have kicked off in the Kaipara area post-emergency event in pre-winter, which is to do an as-required network-wide grading. We used Vinti used 5 concurrent maintenance graders in as travelled fashion. Just to be clear, it wasn't grading every section of road. It was as required, so following the route of the road, and if need be graded.
Can you just clarify for me? So as travelled, they mean they just carry through and keep going? Yeah. Okay.
So, and then once that's completed, we revert back to the normal inspection lead process. So that's kind of, I'll explain it a little bit.
Yeah, sorry, Your Worship, just to clarify on that point too, the as travelled, Ventia's operators generally head out before their day's grading activity and check a few roads ahead. So in some cases, it's not a case of actually driving the grader unnecessarily up a road. They generally scout ahead before that activity. But yeah, it's a spot grading approach, as and where required. But we do it in a blanket fashion across the district. We separate out those maintenance graders to set patches. Generally, we're able to complete a full network blanket grade within a 4-week period, 3 to 4 week period.
So none of that maintenance grading came under any emergency works?
No.
So that comes under the lump sum component of
the lump sum. Yeah. Okay.
And as well as that, we're required, it did have some maintenance aggregates to top up. Noting that there are some roads where we've already identified that they are part of the spring rehabilitation season. So there is obviously still work planned for a number of those roads. So moving on to that, so we've started the initial preparation works on the spring unsealed program. Can I have a chat to Jason about adding into next month's briefing the update we provided to RT3 yesterday on the Unsealed Roads Centre of Excellence rehabilitation process and how that works, to provide elected members with some more background about how the roads are selected, the methodology that's used in terms of the boundary to boundary, going first, doing the drainage improvements, followed by the actual aggregate and running course and everything else that's associated with the rehabilitation. As we mentioned last month, this is a selection of the roads that are targeted for the spring season. And what we're looking to do in next month's monthly report is provided an appendix for council, the full list of capital projects that have been identified in 23-24 program and the full list of the spring rehabilitation sites, just so members have more transparency on that works program moving forward at an individual project level. In regards to emergency works, as end of June, there was 5.94 million of emergency work, recovery work and response work completed, of the total 26 million. Claim to date, 5.9 million of that was subsidised. So, subsidy was taken on 5.9 million. So effectively the local share of that component of work to KDC was about $40,000 of a total 5.94 million of work. So as I think we explained a few workshops ago, the focus post cyclone and into the end of the financial year was to focus on the phase 2 recovery sites, which was the simpler, less complex sites, which were covered by that 100% or plus 40% subsidy funding. And through that, we've seen a large majority of that work covered by that subsidy. There's still some of that work that is covered by the plus 40% subsidy that's continuing. And at the moment, we are expecting to finish most of that phase 2 work by September 23. And we're in the process of doing the emergency works assessments on the more complex sites. To date, what we're finding is a portion of those, when the recommendations are coming back, they're coming back as a less complex, there is a portion coming back as less complex maintenance fixes, in which case we're putting them back out to the maintenance contractors to get those repaired under that 100% funding. There's the balance that need to go through the geotech complex. To address the volume of geotech requirements, we had a session last week with seven of the local Auckland-based geotech providers, and we're implementing a panel approach in disbursement to go out and do the geotech assessments across the region. The idea of that is they'll come back with their assessments. We'll do a cross peer review on probably 10% of those that are done to make sure we're getting consistency. That then informs the funding request through to Waka Kotahi on the proposed resolutions. The next step of that is once we get that funding approved, we will look to package those complex repair sites up into light type repairs and put them out to market in terms of full tender process. Historically, we've looked at geographic grouping, but given the volume of the different types of repairs, it's been decided that the best way to come out is based on the similar repair types, which means we get the specialists in those areas tendering on the ones that they're most competent to do. Here we've got some photos of the slip repairs that are in progress or completed. So we've done some dropout repairs in Mangawhai Road, slip repair in King Road, and just hot off the press on Monday night, part of the $44 million announcement that was awarded for state highways to Auckland region. And while it said state highways, there is $4 million allocated for resilience works on the Mangawhai Cove Road and the Paparara Oakley route as well. So we're looking at one option here around seawall protection, coastal erosion, but also on the Mangawhai route, looking at what options we've got to mitigate some of the issues about the truck and trailer here, and whether we can mitigate that in one way, shape or form. That comes on top of 1.5 million per route. That has been allocated by Waka Kotahi to compensate for the accelerated deterioration on those routes when they were being used as bypass. There's other large programs of rehabs being planned for both of those routes over the coming summer season. So probably the other thing that's happening at the moment is the external maintenance contract review. It's been confirmed the engagement with Field Sport. They are arriving on site in Northern next Monday afternoon, and we kick-off meeting with them.
Billy Gordon.
With them and the CEs.
Joke.
Can I please ask you to refrain making comments while we're having a presentation? Thank you.
Oh, people shouldn't be sending emails.
Please refrain from making comments. If you have, if you have issues, bring them up with the CE after the meeting, please. Carry on, Calvin.
So Field Force 4 are having an initial briefing meeting with the CEs and GMs to confirm the desired outcomes and scope. And then following that moves into detailed contractor reviews. So 3-day on-site review with each of the 5 maintenance contractors. And in parallel, there's a organisational contract review happening with our processes and the what's associated with contract management and dealing with those. In parallel with that, Simon Weston's leading the development of terms and reference and scopes for the wider section 17A on how transport is delivered. A review is which is expected to go out to market 2 to 3 selected suppliers to provide their proposal. So that will be kicking off in the next couple of weeks. Being a full independent review, that one is being influenced to use infrastructure GMs, with the NTA being an interviewee rather than any involvement in the actual engagement of the consultant. And I think that was it.
Any questions for Calvin, please? Councillor Vincent. Hang on, Councillor Vincent, followed by Councillor Nair.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr Mayor. 2 questions. You referred to the $4 million which was received to help with remediating upgrading. There's the $1.5 million for remediation work and another $4 million for improving that as potential alternative access for State Highway 1, those 2 roads. What was the amount that was put forward in that request from NTA?
So there's 3 or 4 different things happening in parallel at the moment. So the first one is anything that was damaged is works funding. So that is one piece of funding that's there for individual slips and the likes. The second component is the 1.5 million per route, which is to cover the increased degradation on those routes and rehabilitations. That was approved via normal maintenance contracts, emergency works, and we're working through that one. This latest one, which is 4 million, being we're not sure if it's 1 million on one route and 3 on the other, or 2 and 2. That is about building in resilience. The next portion is the wider Brendurans bypass piece of work. That has request for that's going to Cabinet is scheduled for next week to go to Cabinet, as RTC were informed yesterday. And that is a much larger, significant package focused around the resilience of the entire route from Dome Valley through to Whangarei, including the Brendurans, the local road bypasses, short, medium and long-term options. So at the moment, the timeframe for that application is Cabinet either this week or next, and in front of the Whakatahi board, dependent on Cabinet decisions at the end of the month.
Good, thank you for that. My second question, so it's my last question too. Has there been a change in the technique for pothole repairs on unsealed roads lately? I'll explain that. It's just that I used to live on Petley Road, and I happened to go up there yesterday, and that there'd been recently pothole repairs, and it looked quite different and very interesting. I just wondered if there'd been a change in materials used or technique or something. It looks like it's really good potential.
Yeah, so through the chair, generally with, well, contractors rather have played around with lime aggregate blends for pothole repairs, generally landing on a 60-40 percentage split mixed in the yards. I believe they are playing around with that mixture again at the moment not quite sure where they're at with that. But what they're looking for is a product that lasts a bit longer, but equally can be graded. Whereas in the past, often where they've had the mix too much on the lime side, the graders have come through and plucked those potholes out, and we've ended up with mushrooms in the road. So it's a bit of a balance.
It just seems like almost as though it had been graded, but it hadn't been. So it was much, I think in terms of the application, I just wondered if there'd been some learnings on that, so the holes weren't overfilled or something.
Yes, so again, through the chair, part of what we're encouraging them to do at the moment is to at least wheel track roll the pothole material, particularly where we have clusters of potholes, to give it that extra bit of compaction.
Thank you.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Calvin, just going back to your past immediate comments about what's going to Cabinet next week, about Brindoons. Are we talking about specific options, or a series of options, or a specific recommended?
The reason I'm hesitating is because I'm not 100% sure of how much of this is confidential versus.
Yeah. I was in that meeting. I can.
Yep.
At a general sense, it is about progressing the program business case for the Brindoons component, progressing the program business case that was put on hold back in 2017.
Yep.
To further identify the preferred option.
Preferred, okay, so it is to go towards a preferred option.
So what is not being requested for the construction funding of a bypass. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Councillor No.
Thank you, Your Worship. On attachment A, which is transportation executive summary, has been provided in your thing. I just have a query on, I have been inundated by, or actually slapped around everywhere in terms of with transport choices, the program for $1 billion. In terms of, are we putting the cart before the horse? Because public is telling me that it is being thrust upon. In the document, it says concept plans will be finalized based on community feedback. So are we lying, or what exactly is the situation?
So through the chair, the Transport Choices program application that went into government was based on individual identified projects that were already within KDC's long-term plan. Technically, KDC weren't eligible for application to the Transport Choices, but through regional application, we were able to put through this application for Dargaville along with some of the Far North. The programs as they sit at present, funding, part of the criteria of putting something in was that it had to be in the long-term plan. So that's the first step, that's an identified project. I'm going to talk louder. The second step is that at the moment, although they are in the long-term plan, they are not presently included within any National Land Transport Fund funding. So at the moment, if KDC were to choose to progress with them, there is no subsidy component. So this was seen as an opportunity for KDC to progress something that was within their long-term plan at 100% funding. At the moment, as you're aware, we're going through the community consultation process. We will bring the consultation outcomes back to council, and as I understand it, there are a number of deputations from local community who want to come and present. That's happening. But it is clear from the funders, being the Transport Choices team at Waka Kotahi, that the funding is allocated to the projects that were applied for. So it is unlikely that any significant change could be made. So it will come down to a council decision of whether you want to proceed or not based on that public.
But I think this is quite indiscreet, because what is mentioned here is that community will be heard and it's only a concept plan. And one of the councillors, she's not present here today, actually went back and responded to a constituent who had 40 people objecting to it and saying this is only conceptual, but it is not by the way you are saying. It is It is something which is written in concrete, either take it or leave it. Is that right?
Through the chair, the geographic area and the outcomes are what are defined as part of what the funding is based on. When we say concept plans, the concept plans are about physical location and layout of where the speed tables will go, where pedestrian crossing goes, the type of treatments and those sorts of things. That is.
So you're saying we can move it to the bridges? We need cycleways there or not?
So through the chair, as I just explained, the actual funding is based on the benefits of inter-school connections, the surrounding schools and those sorts of things. We could go back to Whakatahi and request if there is strong community support for something else to be done, but there is no guarantee that that will transfer. What I suggest is there is an entire submissions program that finishes on Friday. And once those submissions are assessed, they come back to council and then council makes their decision based on the entirety of the submissions.
Thank you, Caroline. I'll ask for CE Maris to give some more clarification.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. So just 2 points. On your first point, Councillor Nair, staff don't lie. So, we'd say, are you lying? We don't. We provide you our professional opinion to you. So please don't imply that we do. Secondly, Kelvin actually answered what I was going to say right at the end there. And, the whole point of this is to put it out for public consultation. In some ways, you're getting ahead of yourself here. We've got to hear from the community. They're entitled to provide their views and they are providing their views. And like Kelvin said, this will come back to the council and it'll be a decision for the council. So the community, some of the community are upset, some of the community support it. You just got to let that consultation process run. And then we can report it back to you for a decision. It's a simple process.
But my question was, did we consult the community when we sent this proposal for $8 million?
Through the chair, I can answer that to the fact that projects that the funding submission were based on are identified within Kaipara's existing long-term plan, and that long-term plan was consulted on with the community before it was adopted.
That's all right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Larson.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, thanks for your presentation. And perhaps Jason Maris might be able to better answer a couple of these questions, but with regard to the two reviews that we've got going on, Field Force 4 review, is KDC contributing to that financially? Or how's that working?
So within the Whakatahi procurement process for any maintenance contract, there is a requirement to do a review of existing contracts.
Yep.
So within our current LTP funding, there is budget aside for those reviews. What we've been able to do through this review process of combining them all into one is each council is paying effectively, it's 20% per contract.
Okay.
So Kaipara having one contract is paying 20% of the overall review thing, and noting that 20% is also subsidised. I think the current estimate is the total review is approximately 90,000. KDC's component is 18, and of that it's 63% subsidised, and that is included within the LTP budgets.
Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a clarification on that. I attended that, and it's public. What I'm asking is, so the Regional Transport Committee decided that they will have a high level review of the maintenance contracts, and all the other reviews should be stopped. That was minuted yesterday. So how we are progressing? Just a clarification. Still on those reviews.
So through the chair, the motion put forward by the RTC was requesting for an additional review. There was no component of that motion that said for the other reviews to be stopped. The RTC motion that got put forward now has to go through to Jonathan Gibbard as the CE to determine what budget is available to complete that review. As CE Simon Weston from WDC explained yesterday, these two reviews that are happening are being done as part of process by the individual district councils. They should cover the majority of the RTC review, but that is a separate process.
So we're spending so much money on different reviews, isn't it? Thank you.
Councillor Larson, you wanted to expand on your question?
Oh, sorry, just going to the other review, the NTA review, and perhaps if the chief executives are leading that, you might know better, Mr. Maris. What's the estimated cost of doing that review to KDC?
I actually don't have that information.
No, until such time as you've gone through that procurement process.
So we're discussing that on Monday, I believe.
Okay, thank you. And just one further question regarding the potholes. The 60-40 mix, is that the 60 Blue Rock, 40 lime you're using, or yeah, it is. And what sized aggregate are you using?
Through the chair, generally all passing 25.
25 for both of them?
Yep. The lime is a little less complex in the crushing process. Generally less than 30 mil.
Less than 30, okay. Yeah, oh, that's quite small, isn't it? Thank you.
Generally not core, yeah. For the purpose of being able to grade through those potholes.
Yeah, brilliant. Thanks very much.
Okay, any further questions? Councillor Williams.
I just see through some earlier questions.
Signage.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just out of interest.
Bernard has the answer for those signs. So I think the question was about whether anything recovered under emergency works and the cost of those repairs. Is it? Sorry.
Yeah, it was just about the total spend on signs. I just went through in the table and there was 191 new signs installed or replaced, damaged or missing. And then the ones that are re-erected or straightened, with those totals. And I just thought, what is our total spend on signs, whether they're new or replaced over a financial year? There seems to be a lot of replacements.
Through the chair, I have some answers for you. Just some reference behind this. The questions are relating to the table that was put in the operational report around the sign replacements. The first question we received was around the sign replacement damages being caused by weather events. The figure presented in the table, not signs replaced or renewed as a result of weather events. We generally captured the sign damages through the weather events under the immediate response claims for the emergency works. So the table figures are based on the business as usual maintenance delivery for the last for the period of March through to June. The second question was around the total spend. So last financial year, total expenditure was 370,000 across all what we call traffic services maintenance activities. So that includes barrier maintenance, edge markers, lump sum components, cleaning, removal, renewals activity and new installs. Of the 370k, 117 of that was for the renewal or new installation component. That is generally about average across the life of contract to date. We've had a couple of ups and downs through financial years, but we're on average here. Just to put it into perspective too, the 191 signs listed within that table, either new or replaced within the March to June period. That's 1.8% of the total 10,700 signs across the district.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Further questions? I had a Zoom meeting with Steve Mutton yesterday. I just thought I'd bring this to the table, what he was telling me, that government's released another 560 million to the regions. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think 37 to 40 million coming north, is that right?
Yes, that is what that 4 million is included in that we were talking.
The 4 million for Papara, Oakley and Cove Road, that's resilience work, right? Yeah, and then you've got another 20 mil that's identified for 12 and 14 highway. So that's not within your realm, is it? That's NZTA. Okay, thank you. All right, any further questions? Thank you very much. So the next item on our agenda is road controlling authority obligations under the Speed Limits Rule 2022, presented by Elizabeth Stacey, XTO. Thank you, Elizabeth.
I'm not aware of.
Just about, I think she commented like an email you sent.
Gonna get it for me? Yeah, so I need to see. Yes, they
Oh, you fuck.
are there.
I don't know, I'm asking you.
Then, yeah. And then just touch it to go through it, right?
Talk about later. I've got a vote on this.
Oh. Maybe not.
Okay.
It's good. Yeah, the auntie, you know.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you, everybody, for having us here today. Elizabeth Stacey, Road Safety and Traffic Engineer. I'm here today with my team lead. Nick, do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure, Nick Marshall, I'm team lead for the Road Safety and Traffic Engineering component for Kaipara, Whangarei and Far North Roading. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. So, excuse me, and I apologize ahead for my voice. I've been a bit sick. Bear with me. Here today to talk about the Kaipara District Council's responsibility under the Setting of Speed Limits Rule, and also provide some background information as requested by the hearings panel specific to the Poto Peninsula West Coast Interim Speed Management Plan. So the Kaipara District Council, as a road controlling authority under the Setting of Speed Limits Rule, has a responsibility for setting safe and appropriate speeds on the local network throughout the district. So this is local roads only, excluding obviously the state highways. This removed the requirement for territorial local authorities to set speed limits through bylaws, which is how it was done previously. And it enables a whole of network approach that considers safety related infrastructure alongside changes in speed limits and pairing up speed limits possibly with safety cameras going forward. Specifically, they have a further requirement, or the council has a further requirement to set safe and appropriate speeds outside of 40% of schools by 2024 and the remaining schools, so 100% by 2027. These works are supportive of Kaipara's vision of improved public access for safe and reliable travel between and within our towns and communities. In developing the 21-24 LCP, the council decided to take a catchment-based approach to setting speed limits, meaning they picked areas that had the highest benefit roads, or those roads that would most benefit from changes to speed limits, to go first. And within the Poto West Coast catchment, those roads were Poto Road and Kaiiwi Lakes Road. So that's why we're discussing that catchment. As you know, we've been through a consultation process last year between October and December. Out of that, we received 148 submissions and then went to the hearing panel for deliberations, tweaks to the interim speed management plan, and finally that recommendation to council for adoption. So I'm going to quickly just go through some of the information about what we can expect to see for a reduction in fatal and serious injury crashes based on some catchments that we've already treated. A little more in depth about feedback that we got from the public specific to that Poto West Coast catchment, how we'll manage those changes in speed, what implementation costs, how much we can expect to spend on this effort, and then if there's any impacts to doing nothing or not adopting those changes in speed limits. So in the last 10 years, in the Poto West Coast catchment alone, on local roads, there's been 8 fatal and 115 injury crashes, just on the local road network, just in that catchment. The relationship between speed and the severity of a crash is quite clear. So for example, the risk of a crash resulting in a serious injury doubles between 80 kilometers per hour and 100 kilometers per hour. If we can get people to reduce their speed by just 5 kilometers, New Zealand studies have shown that we're looking at a 28% 28%, reduction in fatal crashes and a 26% reduction in serious injury crashes. For those that walk or people that ride a bike, the survival rates between 30 and 40 kilometers per hour are almost double. So our roads are simply not designed, for the most part, for the speed that they're currently posted. And lowering speeds can make a real difference. So we've seen that recently. Councillor Lambeth asked me to go out and look for some local examples. So we went to what I'll call the Okaiho Triangle, or a speed limit catchment in the far north that we treated approximately 2 years ago, about 2.5 now. It's 160 kilometer, mostly rural roads. It's a combination of sealed and unsealed, so actually quite similar to many of the roads in the Kuiper District Council. During the 2 years prior to speed limit implementation, this catchment had no fatalities, but 31 injury crashes. Of those, 11 crashes, according to the police reports, were attributed to travel speed. In the 2 years post-treatment, the number of injury crashes reduced from 31 to 16. And the number of those crashes attributed to speed post-treatment was only 5. So we were pretty excited to see these results. It comes out to a 52% reduction in injury crashes.
Ask a question, was that survey done during COVID?
Pardon me?
Was that survey done during COVID?
So it was done from January of 2021 to January of 2023 was the 2 years post-treatment, the 2 years prior to treatment.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the impacts of COVID shutdowns and how much traffic was on the roads.
So I would say in the January 21 period, we were coming out of that COVID shutdown and traffic was more normalized, but good. Sorry, so Auckland Transport did a similar study on their speed changes, which showed a 30% reduction in fatalities and a 21% reduction in serious injury crashes over their 24-month period post-implementation. The interesting part of the Auckland study for me was that on roads that had not been treated, they actually had a 9% increase in fatalities. So that was quite interesting. So what did the community think when we went out to talk to them about speed limits? I think all acknowledge that speed limits are never going to be the most popular topic, and often change is difficult for people. But what we heard of the 148 submissions, over 50%, 56% were either in favor or partially in favor of the changes. But when I went in and broke that out by community, it told a slightly different story. So for Glinks Gully, for example, we had 6 submissions, 100% in support. In fact, many of those submitters out of the 6 wanted us to go farther and reduce speeds even more than we'd suggested. For the Bailey's Beach communities, that was our largest set of submitters. We had 75 submissions from Bailey's Beach, or that mentioned Bailey's Coast Road, 71% in favor or partially in favor. For those that were partially in favor, their concerns were around the speed limit that we had set for Bailey's Coast Road. We worked with the hearings panel and took that consultation on board and made the changes as requested by community. For those that mentioned the Poto Road, West Coast Road, or Red Hill, so kind of that Te area, excuse me, we received 26 submissions, 62% of those either in support or partially in support. What we did hear that they didn't like was the number of transitions and the number of speed changes coming in and out of Te Kopero. So again, took that feedback on board, working with the hearings panel to make changes. We have worked hard to reduce the number of transitions throughout that catchment, noting that because we're taking a catchment-based approach, there is always going to be that disconnect between the areas that we've treated and those that we haven't treated yet. One too far. Now I really screwed up. Bear with me, I'm sorry. Where?
We're getting that fixed, you can ask a question.
Yeah, away you go.
So sorry.
Did Whangarei, One Tree Point, Ruakaka area go through a speed review some 3 years ago and adopt that?
Through the chair, yes, they did.
And how was that result?
So I have not brought the results for every individual speed review that we've done. I have looked specifically Nick is not my best tech support. I have looked specifically as requested, Mangawhai Kaiwaka catchment, which has only been in place for a year, and the Ohio Triangle catchment. If we're looking for individual specific areas, I'm happy to get that information and bring it back.
Whangarei 1 would have been in place for a good 4 years now, would it not?
So I believe the One Tree Point Ruakaka went into effect in late 2020. Nick, perhaps you can correct me on that.
So through the chair, the Kaiwaka Triangle was the first major catchment we treated. The second major treatment was that One Tree Point Ruakaka, sort of east of the State Highway 1.
I'm a little bit confused now because we were told that the Kaiwaka 1 went in 2021.
So.
And then you've just told me that the Ruakaka 1 went in 2020.
I think it is 2021, but somewhat later in the year that One Tree Point Ruakaka is my recollection.
Would it not have been appropriate to give us the facts and figures on that as well?
Through the chair, we had given several representative catchments. I really like to have a 2-year history to be able to make those sorts of conclusions. However, if additional information is needed, I'm happy to provide that.
Thank you.
And
also through the chair, in my opinion, that particular catchment does not correlate well with Koto Peninsula because it is mostly urban. It has a couple of connecting roads, but the predominant kilometres of road in that catchment are urban or very peri-urban, so not almost urban. So it would not be very representative, but we can share that information.
Yeah, so that's your opinion, but there are long, straight stretches of road on flat land like the Koto Peninsula. So it is very, very similar in a way.
Through the chair, we're happy to bring that information as well. It will be an addendum to this though.
Thanks.
Councillor Naya, followed by Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended the presentation by a police yesterday in RTC meeting. And I was also given some figures of fatalities and why they happened. So out of 19 fatalities, 12 was related to behavior rather than speed or road condition. And 7 obviously don't tell you the story because they did. But they said there is no conclusive evidence that it is speed related. But these are the figures, and a representative was there and we asked for additional comments, he said nothing. So all I'm trying to figure out, is speed an element at all in here?
Through the chair.
Answer that?
Chair, I also attended the RCA meeting, sorry, not RCA, wrong acronym.
RTC.
RTC, thank you. In terms of crashes, how speed plays a factor in most crashes is 2 parts. One, the faster you go, the less time you have to react. So that's that human behaviour, that opportunity to make a mistake, which we all do all the time. So it's the opportunity for the crash or likelihood is the language we would use as engineers. And then the second part, essentially the faster you're going, the bigger the mess. So it has the result changes. So if we're travelling 20k an hour using real extremes, at 20k an hour, you've got plenty of time to react and not have that crash. And if you do have a crash, the consequence is pretty low. I'll use a real, the other end of the extreme, 120k an hour, you've got very little time to react. And the consequence of that is going to be a lot worse. And then bring it sort of more into reality, which might be in this case, we're talking about trying to get maybe a 10k, 5k change in speed. The likelihood reduces somewhat, but also the consequence somewhat. So in terms of those fatals, which all of those I get involved in, whether on the local road across Northland, there'll be a factor in the crash, but it's not the only factor, it's a chain of events. There's many links in that chain, so speed's one of them, but choices is another one as well. So often is it choice might be the reason the crash started, but how it ends, speed is a huge part of it.
Thank you. My observation was more to relate with, I'm okay with speed limit for school zones and all to 30, because we have kids who obviously don't react as well. But 56 and 60 and all those data, so much confusing and so much, I think it's probably not adding any value. Thank you.
Councillor Larson, followed by Councillor Howard.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I had the dubious pleasure of seeing the speed reviews happen through eastern part of the district. And I may not have been paying attention well enough at the time, but the understanding that I extracted from it was that it was basically mandatory, and that but that didn't matter because it was being funded by central government. Of course, I then found out that we were having to chip in our 38%, and it was actually quite a big cost to the ratepayer. From memory, I think it was around about $170,000 for putting up the signs, which were actually, quite frankly, deeply unpopular and ended up getting vandalised quite a bit. And so as we head to the west, I've read your commentary here about, whilst technically it's not mandatory, there may be some disadvantages in that we won't have in future funding for safety cameras and traffic calming devices and things like that, amongst other things. I'm sure that people would be probably quite happy not to have safety cameras. I suspect they have fines attached to them, do they? Safety cameras are cameras?
Yeah.
Through the chair.
Okay, so we won't be able to subsidise our speed cameras, so that was a real blow. So just coming back to this western catchment, which is obviously much bigger, I think, geographically than the eastern one, have we got some measure of what the cost of the ratepayer would be if we were to implement the recommendations?
Absolutely. Through the chair, that is the next slide in my presentation, which seems to have gone sideways.
Oh,
So I can just speak to it.
But you'll bring that on shortly.
That's perfectly fine. So the average cost per kilometer for those catchments that we've treated already are anywhere between $2,000 and $3,000 per kilometer. There are 343 kilometers of roadway in the Poto West Coast catchment. So we anticipate that the cost for implementation will be approximately $700,000, noting that that is subsidized by Waka Kotahi, and that funding that is currently included in the LTP is specific to that speed management activity and can't be shifted to another activity such as maintenance or drainage improvements or something like that. If you look at the cost of implementing speed management, however, versus the cost of engineering up our roads to retain I had to think of all of the
Northern motorists at the moment, because I know that was a yearly update when they used to give the open road speed, average speeders. Are you aware of that?
Through the chair, no, we don't have. If that is available, but no, I don't have that to hand. Yes, I think we can get that information.
I'm aware that back in the early 2000s, it was up around about 112 kilometres an hour, 105 or something like that. And then over the next decade or so with enforcement, it was dropped down and it came right back down to the high 80s. And it'll be interesting to get that figure again to see what we're dealing with.
Through the chair, I believe that information relates to the highways, not all open roads, but that's another one we'll note and come back to you on.
Thank you, councillor Larson.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Just sorry, thanks for the information before. I just hadn't quite finished asking what I wanted to ask. So at 38%, that's $266,000 cost to the ratepayer to implement. And I don't think that the position of saying it would cost hundreds of millions of dollars to re-engineer our roads to get the same outcome is really valid. I mean, this whole argument is ideologically driven by central policy, which I realise that we're bound by, but you've got to be a bit practical. Go a road to zero, well, it's not at any cost, is it?
Okay.
That's the problem, I think, with the policy is if you're trying to say we get to zero deaths, well, then you're going to have everyone wrapped up in cotton wool to get there, aren't you? And if that means $100 million on engineering roads, it's simply unaffordable. So I don't know, I'm just trying to get to the point because we're back in a situation where we're being told, well, there'll be some consequences of not going ahead $266,000. And those consequences are we might have to pay for some speed cameras and stuff without any subsidy in the future. Well, maybe that's quite a good deal. I don't know. That's just my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Williams.
Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, I think it's really just to make a point too that a lot of the senators, when we sat on the panel, spoke about the condition of the roads and all of that too. So that comes into maintenance. You know, you go down a big pothole, you're going to veer off and crash if you're going too fast. But I think the thing is it's the spend that we have to put into this. And I think, you know, when you look at around Mangawa, you've gone from 50k urban roads down to 30, some are 40. I mean, that's a huge expense to put up all those signs in urban roads, to take it down that far, when not many people would be driving 50k along a lot of those roads anyway. So I'm just making a point that it just is frustrating that we have to potentially go through this process and some of it isn't warranted, I don't think. I definitely think around schools, if we could just implement around schools and the roads that people have had serious concern over, that we could perhaps implement that. So I don't know if there's a balance there that we could find or if we would be allowed to, but it's just putting some common sense layering over, not everything, but just some of the areas that are actually, you know, really important that need to change, but not all of it does. That's just my opinion. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further statements or questions?
Yeah, just concur with what councillor Williams said in full.
Is there any, you may not be able to answer this question, but looking forward, are there any proposals for enforcement? I mean, I went to Wellington at Mayor School. We had a presentation from NZTA where they indicated that they were going to quadruple the fines and increase the cameras in our country, particularly point to point. Have you seen any commentary on that coming in behind these proposed rules? Can you outlay that for me?
So enforcement is certainly one piece of that puzzle, right? And getting that compliance. There is a nationwide program around safety cameras or speed cameras, as you would like to call them. But as far as specifics, I don't know. I don't know that I can comment to future plans. Nick, do you?
Through the chair, in terms of when they drafted the road to zero, and that led to each agency, including police and Octave, and then through Octave, us RCAs delivering our programs, that was to include increasing enforcement, so having more officers on the roads with enforcement and the point-to-point cameras, so the speed cameras. That has a small increase within the current LTP, and as it was drafted, it would have been the next 3 years where that would begin to ramp up. And I agree that that is a key component to us getting the success, is having that complementary enforcement. That without that, we won't realise the benefits of any change that we choose to implement.
Okay.
So there is, I'm trying to work out how to phrase it. Yes, there is money in their long-term plan equipment to do this, but I don't think we're yet seeing enough or much substantive change.
Okay,
thank you.
Can I make
So no?
Can I make a statement, a little statement?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so I think what we are seeing is we are short of police everywhere, and the crime is rising, and the police men are used just for ticketing, and that's a resource which can be better employed for stopping the crime. And by doing this, you're gonna take more cops off the road, and I think they are trained to stop crime, not just ticketing. So I don't understand what's the logic of going more traffic sign, more speed limits, more cops, monitoring it and making some money out of it, but not doing their core role. I don't think it's a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further commentary on this? Councillor Lambeth?
The fatality toll on the Kaipara last year was, are you aware?
I'm sorry, through all of Kaipara?
Yeah.
I can look that information up for you. I can't tell you off the top of my head for Kaipara.
Yeah, I think off the state highways, it was actually 0, 5 for the state highways. Yeah, so I'm.
You're searching for information?
No, I'm wondering if there is a problem there, but yeah.
At 0, we've already got there.
No, but it's just a lucky year, but.
So through the chair.
Yeah.
You're in a silo and say problem solved, I would hesitate. That's why for the data, again, for the Poto catchment, I pulled a 10-year history. That gives us a better picture of what's going on in the.
Yeah, and I just got to remind everybody the decision we do make, we are dealing with people's lives and families and everything else. If we stop one, it's a huge impact for that, but we've got to make sure that we're doing it right.
Thank you. Okay, all done.
Thank you.
Talking to CE Maris, we're going to take our lunch break now. And when we come back, we're going to swap around the waste management with the North Power update first, okay? So 10 to 1, 8.
Thank you.
Welcome back. We're live again to this briefing, 2nd of August. And next on our item is item 8, which is the North Power update. And I'd like to introduce to the table Andrew and Josie. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, councillors. We appreciate you taking the time on your agenda to meet with us and talk a little bit about what North Power's focus is, both for our region and specifically for your, I guess, your area, Kaipara and Mangawhai. We do have a presentation, we'll run through it. We were hoping to keep it pretty brief, more as a smorgasbord of issues you may want to dig a little deeper into. The presentation itself, Josie and I will rapid fire it, probably run 15 minutes, 20 minutes max, which should leave us up to half an hour at the end to talk about anything that interests you, and we will cover anything, doesn't have to be in the presentation. Anything to do with power intrigues us, and we'll have an opinion on, right or wrong. So just, if that works for you, I'll just kick straight into the presentation.
Yeah, I think it's good. And if people want to note down their questions to ask at the end, that'll be great. That'll get us through it.
Thank you. Try and work out this machinery. Great. So as per the introductions, I'm Andrew McLeod. I'm the Chief Executive for North Power. So we own a few businesses. I'll go through that, but in charge of that group of businesses. Josie Boyd, to my left here, is the Chief Operating Officer for Networks. So Josie has full responsibility and ownership for our electricity networks. So anything to do with that on real-time operation, investment, long-term strategy, connecting generators is becoming a thing here in the north. That's really Josie's gig, and she'll be happy to cover it. My part, I just want to talk a little bit about North Power and I guess why we get out of bed in the morning. We're a company of 1,300 people now, so reasonably large. We are by revenue one of the top 200 in New Zealand, so I think a company to be proud of for the north. It's a company that's been born out of here. It was in the very old days, it was the Electric Power Board, and then it's grown out to be a company of scale. And our purpose, our reason as an organisation is in 3 parts. First, to connect communities, and that for us is about providing quality infrastructure that serves our communities, electricity, high-speed fibre, and anything else with infrastructure space, very much community focused. That's number 1 mission. Number 2, because we're a company of scale with 1,300 people and quite high qualified staff. So we have a big contracting business, 600 highly ticketed, highly skilled trade staff, a bunch of project managers and construction professionals inside that business. It really is I guess a platform to build skills, build careers and bring new people into the industry. So we focus very hard in our contracting space on that building futures piece, and equally in Josie's business and Darren, who runs fibre. They're very specialist, sort of high-end professional roles inside those businesses. So we take very seriously the idea that we can bring local people inside a big organisation, train them up, get them qualifications and hopefully stay with us, but if not, go and serve the north in other ways. So building futures is our second big mission. And the third line really is for Northland. Everything we do needs to serve Northland. That's why we exist. We're owned by this community. So it is trust owned. Every person who's connected to our network owns a piece of us. So you are all owners of ours, as well as obviously your roles as councillors. And we always come back to that point. Is this good for Northland? If so, we should do it. If not, we shouldn't do it. That's really our North Star. We do return a fair amount of money to this community each year. 13 million last year via the distribution process. So it's just a little over $200 per family goes out. We tend to do it just before Christmas because it's a useful time to get some money back. It's always appreciated, and that's top of mind. So 3 contributions through infrastructure, through careers, and through that direct financial contribution back. This is what we do. The purple area on that map is where we operate. So the electricity networks are inside that orange area. The fibre networks are largely associated with that black ring in the centre. So the cities and the towns are on fibre. And then our contracting business is shown on the, I'll orientate myself to the right-hand side of the screen for you. So we have a heavy presence across the upper North Island. Actually, most of the population in New Zealand is north of Taupo, so that's our hunting grounds. That's where a lot of the big power construction happens. And then we're also down in Wellington, and we're just building out a position in New Plymouth. So we're kind of cover the map in orange is our mission at the moment. So that's our what. There's some dimensions there. I won't dwell on too much of them other than overall at a revenue level, you know, we touch close to 450 million turnovers. Fair amount of money, fair amount of people. Very quickly, it's a company is doing well and has always done well. It's sort of built over time. These are our results from over the last 6 years. Revenue's up 40%, distributions are up 100% money back into this community. And Josie, she'll talk to this specifically, would lift investment back into our networks, both fibre and electricity materially, so 25% up. Actually on electricity, it's up by more like 300% over the last, since Josie and I have been around. So really important to reinvest into those networks. They are, you know, without ongoing investment, they can get a bit ropey, but we're pleased to say it's not. So I'll pass over to Josie to do a little bit deep dive on electricity.
Right, do you want to flick over? Right. Kia ora all. So our electricity network spans Whangarei and Kaipara regions. We have about 62,000 connections. So for New Zealand, there's about 27 of us and we're about the 8th biggest. So we've got some scale, but we're certainly not, you know, the big players like Vector and, you know, Wellington Electricity and stuff. We are seeing, I think you're very familiar because we've looked at, you know, your long-term plans and stuff. Growth in Northland has been certainly a feature over the last sort of 5-6 years that I've been in this role, and we've certainly seen really strong pockets of growth around the around Whangarei, but Mangawhai itself is really taken off, as well as that sort of whole Bream Bay area. So we're getting about 1.5%, sometimes up to 2% on a really busy growth in connections per year, and that has meant
Boris Blackwell.
That's meant we've really got to lift our investments, you know, in these areas that in order to service that growth. Flick over. So Andrew talked a little bit about investment. I think since Andrew and I have been in our roles over the last 5-6 years, we've really taken a good hard look at the assets. All asset owners across New Zealand, whether it's water or roading or electricity infrastructure, are starting to really get into the grips with the fact that a lot of these assets are getting old and getting to end of life, so we need to start renewing them. We always have, but we need to uplift that. So if you look at, we've just reset we do a 10-year asset management plan every year. Every second or third year, it's a really deep dive, and otherwise it's an update. Our big one this year saw a 100% increase in our asset renewal. So that is just replacing like for like. So as poles and wires and cross arms run out, you know, as it get old, we need to replace them. So we've increased our spend this year, our forecasted spend by 100%. So that is the, what is the green? It's about 80 odd percent, sorry, about 65% of our total spend. Growth we've seen certainly in this region is increasing, and so you'll be aware, hopefully through the media, of the new Mangawhai substation that we are currently under construction, and it's going really well. We're expecting to commission that in next year, this financial year, and that will bring it's going to have a lot of capacity, but effectively to service all the area, particularly around Mangawhai Central. It will also provide backup in terms of if we have an issue or need to service and take out the transformers at Mangawhai North, where it currently is, we'll be able to switch load onto that. The other growth investment that we've identified from a reliability particularly perspective as well is a new line to service Mangawhai. So I know for residents here, we've had some outages. That's because we're serviced by one, what we call a sub-transmission line. It's the big power lines that take it in power into the substations. Substations then take it out to your homes and businesses. So we've got one here, and that was, appropriate over time. But now that this area is certainly growing, we're looking at bringing another line in. So if we have an issue on one line, we can, we've got that diversity, we can switch over to the other. So that's a piece of work that we've been doing a little bit of work on, route analysis, and working with community and Hapu around what the route could be, and we'll be taking that to our board in the next few months. But you can see there's a lot of investment across Whangarei and Kaipara over the next 10 years, and that's our current snapshot. And every year we update it as we learn more about our assets. You might have seen certainly a lot in the media. There is a lot of interest in renewable energy in Northland. We have got, the West Coast is fabulous for wind, and I think this council is aware of a wind development that is progressing there. And there's a lot of people interested in solar. We have quite good flat land and a lot of sunshine hours. We're also right close to Auckland Load Centre, so a lot of energy is consumed in Auckland, and we're not that far away. So from a Northland perspective, it makes a lot of sense. Northland also pays some of the highest wholesale electricity rates in New Zealand, and that is because we are such a long way from generation. So a lot of it comes from the lower North Island and from the South Island, and it's going to come up. As it comes up, it loses what they call losses. It loses electricity along the way. So if we can, from a network perspective, we're really keen to enable as much renewable electricity as we can up here in Northland, because over time we expect that that will bring the wholesale rate down, which should then bring the retail rate down for our communities. So from a community lens, I think that's quite good. We are dealing with, there's a network connecting to our network. That's not Transpower, which is the grid owner. They've also got people wanting to connect to their network up here. But we've got applications of over 300 megawatts of wind and solar. So I think council's familiar with the Mercury one, which is in the public domain. At 70 megawatts, but there's a whole lot of other solar. So we're working on that and unlocking that. Do you want to add anything on the solar front?
I think I can pick it up in questions if it's something you'd like to go deeper on, and we'll just chunk through this presentation.
Cool.
Pick it up at the end.
And the other thing that certainly my team and at Northland we really pride ourselves on is actually really working to service our customers. And I think you saw a stat there before we survey, we do regular surveys, but we really want to listen to customers. What can we do better and how satisfied are you with our service? I think, but one of the things that we've really heard from our community and we know is that energy hardship is a real issue, particularly here in Northland. You know, we have a lot of people that, may not own their own homes and they really struggle. Not only, power is one of their issues. It's one of many. So what we've been doing over the last year and a bit through, let's hope the power stays on with the wind, we've been working on an energy hardship program, and it's providing, I've got some funding from IMBI through the SEEK fund, and working with energy assessors that we're trained up, going out to people's homes, going out to Marae, going through Habitat for Humanity, through budgeting services, and meeting with people in their homes on how they can help manage their electricity costs. So some of that is as simple as changing retailers. A lot of people don't do that. That can save you on average in Northland $500 a year, and also providing with and installing LED light bulbs and low flow shower heads. Average saving that is $850 or $830. So we are really keen. We've currently trained up a couple of assessors based out of Kaiwaka, and they are working across the Kaipara region at the moment, and we're targeting another 12 to 1,500 energy assessments this year. And that was some of the savings that we, over the last 12 months, managed to achieve. So we're really passionate, these are our consumers own us. How can we help them manage their energy costs? And this, probably very top of mind, resilience and power systems. Now both Andrew and I were affected by this personally this year. We know how hard it is to be without power, and Gabrielle was the biggest event on our network in terms of damage and outages since Cyclone Bowler. In fact, some of our team that worked during Cyclone Bowler said this was worse. Trees for us were the biggest issue. So over 90% of the outages were caused by trees. Over the last year, so including Gabrielle, over the whole of last year, nearly 1 in 2 outages was caused by trees. On a normal year, it's about 1 in 5. So 20% of outages are caused by trees in Northland on average. Gabrielle was dreadful. We are really spend millions of dollars a year on tree clearance, but our legal rights, this is one of the things that we've really been trying to campaign for, is better rights around tree removal. We're legally restricted to basically clearing about 1.5 metres around our conductors. Now, as we saw in Gabrielle, it was full zone trees, well outside the 1.5 metres. So we've been working with industry for quite a few years now, and I think we're starting to get a little bit of traction because we saw the damage from Gabrielle. The costs for our consumers, for our network, was nearly $6 million in fixing our assets. Probably pales in comparison to the roading damage, but that was a big impact. So if that's the biggest resilience thing we can do, it's kind of funny there.
Yeah, the fonts have scrambled slightly.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so that's, I suppose, a quick snapshot of what we're focused on in network. Back to you.
Very good. Just a few quick side notes. We are community owned. We are a big team, so we'll take that pretty seriously. We're Northlanders, extended Northland. We like to make a contribution beyond the specific jobs we play. We are trying to make sure that Northland has a voice in energy. Josie, before my time, was very active in terms of some of the new regulation around transmission charges that ultimately get passed to all of us. As a result of that advocacy, which we did with other companies, there was still a couple of $1 million per year loaded onto the north, but that could have been 5 or 6 times as bad with some of the initial proposals, so that was useful. We're now looking at, we believe that, as Josie said, renewables in the north is useful for a few reasons. We think having energy closer to demand is useful for the north from a cost and resilience perspective. It also gives us some defence. At the moment, every bit of transmission is built to the south of us, we pay a share of it. The argument being, well, if we want to get all the energy all the way from the deep south to you lot, we better charge at 3% of everything that's spent right across the nation. And as a community that really struggles to afford everything, I would prefer not to pay that. So some of this is about saying, well, if we can have generation here, there's an argument to say to government and to the regulators, can just stop shoveling more cost our way. We'll have to pay our fair share, but really there's other things that need to pay theirs. We're also very active in terms of the electrification journey. I think as a nation, everyone seems very focused on electrifying the economy. It's the core of it, electrifying the fleet, electrifying businesses in part. If we can help with our construction business build the assets that are required to make that transition, then we help with the transition, and we also make some money along the way in the sense that contracting has good margins and we have good people. So we benefit at a national level and we benefit at a local level because we get some return to our community for that wide build. Final one, I touched on this before, but as the industry grows on electrification, the number of skilled resources needs to grow. We make sure we invest back into our own people, but also build the number of people we have inside North Power who are going away to build these assets, making money for this coming back. There's a real focus on investing in people. North Power's always been very people finance focused. It's nothing without our people, and that's our commitment to continue to develop them and train them. So I think we're right on 15 minutes. So I'm super fast. So
everybody asking. Councillor Penny, Councillor Ash, Councillor Howard, they put their hands up in succession there. Okay.
Thank you through the chair. So the first thing that I want to say, of course, is congratulations. You did an exemplary job on the Cyclone Gabrielle. Very, very positive feedback from the community. So hat off to you for that. What I want to ask is, how did we get to a point where we have 1,000 staff outside of Tai Toketo region? How did we get to that point? And is there any way to bring some of those jobs back into Tai Toketo and particularly into the kaipara and these cadetships that you talk about? Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll build out a few parts. Firstly, reflections on the storm. Josie actually ran that event. So yeah, thank you to Josie.
Well done.
It freed me up to play around on Canberra which was quite fun. But what I would say, thank you for the acknowledgement, but this community was amazing. I've worked on lots of networks. I've never seen a community stand up and say thank you to our people, and through what were long and extended outages, remain sort of grateful for the work that our people were doing. I was really worried from about day 3 that, and I would understand it, people get really angry, and they never did. They always just backed the team up, which was stunning. So we're lucky to have such community unity up here. Moving on to jobs. So the stuff we have outside of the north are there to build assets, where they live, which is broadly good, right? We are actually now saying, well, but we don't want them to see themselves as not of the north and connected to the north and part of our wider North Power endeavours. So we are starting to do some very deliberate programs. We are our new cadetship programs we're pulling out of the north. So the one we've just turned on, we've just employed 14 new staff, trade cadets, lines and cables. They were they were from our community, and we really were looking for people who are long-term here in the community because they're loyal to us and loyal to the company, loyal to the region. We're also looking at bringing our training base back up through what was North Tech.
Okay.
So we want you more than just getting tickets. We want you to come to the North. We want you to understand who you really work for, understand what we stand for. And we want you to put some money back into this community as you train and buy meals along the way. So that's part of our process. We think by building affinity with North Power in the region, we have access to those people in terms of hearts and minds, and where there's work to do up here, I think there'll be a stampede to come and help out. We continually bring staff up from different regions, and they love the place, as we all do.
Is there any strategic direction to bring some of those facilities to make the assets up to Northland to create jobs here, as opposed to, I mean, there's 9 sites and none of them are in Northland, which strikes me as quite interesting, given that the shareholders are all from.
Yeah, it's too, they're there because it's servicing the networks that are built there. So it's, whether it's the Wellington Electricity Network or the Transpower Network, they have to be based there because that's where the assets are.
Right.
But, I mean, both Andrew and I moved to Northland because that is where we want, it's where the assets were, and that's where I moved for the job. I am from Northland originally, so it's a coming home for me. I think what I'm really excited about is the training that we're now, as you say, bringing people and training them in Northland so they have that connection here with where North Power started. And there's a lot of work, for example, that we've been doing, and I've sort of been leading up the last few years around actually trying to get our rangatahi, our young people into this industry, because it is such a great industry and there are jobs, so many jobs. So I don't know if you've seen the Girls in Infrastructure Day that we've had for the last few years in Whangarei, and managed to bring people across Northland, to young women, to say, actually think about an industry here in power, because it is all in roading, or there's so many jobs. Infrastructure generally needs more people. We have such a shortage, and it's a global market, and people from overseas are coming here and taking our people, from across the board. So we need to really showcase the amazing jobs that are available and bring it to people who would not be thinking about this as an option. So I'm absolutely keen to grow because there are so many jobs for Northlanders.
We do as much as we can out of the North. I think when I came up here, I was a little bit surprised a large number of exec were based in Auckland. And at that point, we said, actually, our exec should be here. It's a Northland company. We do run all of our IT up here, our finance up here. A lot of that corporate service side is here. The teams that are outside the region really are quite specific construction people working on construction activities down there. So we do as much as we can. I think it's more.
Makes sense.
Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, you do more than you can, because on 14th of February, when I had to run with my wife, the whole town was dark and flooded, but my wife's bedroom had light. I don't know how.
Act of God.
But coming back to other lights, the constituent, like I went to Kahu station, which got burnt or whatever, near the Kaiwi Lakes. And those there was no light around those areas. So I'm just thinking, how do you actually go through assessing where the light should be or where the light should not be? Not the bedroom, but otherwise I'm saying. So how do you actually connect with the council? Because constituent come, oh, this is not our and this is not us. Is there a clear demarcation? Is it highway or is it not highway? Same story with the Selwyn Park, which is also an area we would like to have some light on. And that light is off for 3 months. Maybe water went in there. I actually took a photo. So yeah, just these questions. And I can tell you one more thing. 20% of your power line, I met a very expert in electricity, 10 to 20% loss in overhead power lines. It happens, right? And your underground network is 21% of the total network. Are you looking to do something about that? Because you're losing money, obviously, by not going underground. And you can go DC as well. So 2 questions. Or 3, whatever. Yeah, thank you.
We'll do them in order. So starting with lights, probably a good example of the need for communities to have good infrastructure they can rely on and for us all to work together to make it work. We don't, at an ownership level, don't own lights.
Yeah.
We don't own lights, but our contracting team sometimes contract to maintain lights. So it's possible, depending on what you're talking about, we may have a role in that. And we try and just work behind the scenes. I did have a call a couple of years ago about a flickering light on a street crossing in Dargaville, and I called Jason and said, yeah, we probably should sort that out between us, and we did sort it out between us. But at an ownership level, they're not our lights. We're happy to connect anyone's light, and we're happy to maintain anyone's light, and we try and do a good job, but.
So we connect to directly, or does it come through council, or what's the best way to connect?
If there's areas that you want to have street lighting put into, your teams would come to my team and say, put an application in. We would look at where the closest network connection point is, does anything need to be upgraded, and go through a process like that.
The maintenance is the same story.
And then you would need someone to maintain it, and there's a variety, not just us, but there's a variety of people that can maintain street lighting. I think Curry's, Mackay's, various people. Yeah.
Right. Thank you.
That's how.
And the loss here.
Yeah, part two, the losses. I'm not aware the losses on overhead or underground are materially different. My understanding is they're both effectively an aluminium core. Underground cables obviously have a polyethylene coating around them. So, but at their most basic, they are a piece of aluminium that electricity passes over. So that's why I'm not aware they're materially different in terms of losses. In terms of overhead to underground, that is a topic that comes up right across New Zealand, because aesthetically underground are much nicer than overhead. As a person in the community, I look at them and say, it'd be great if they're underground. There's two problems with undergrounding. Firstly, the cost of an overhead network, if you're building it new, which is an underground network, it's about 3 times. So it costs you 3 times as much. 3 to 4. Out of date.
It's pretty expensive. And the civils, as you can imagine, are hugely expensive.
So there's certainly a cost burden. I think it's been dealt with very elegantly by council, who just said, hey, we want new asset underground, so you can do it as part of your development process. Great, that works great, and new networks all end up underground that way. In terms of would we take an overhead network and underground it? We're very reluctant because of the costs, and the cost that's ultimately borne by all of you and me and our community. It's spending big money for aesthetics is a hard call. There may be places where there's a really good case for it, and I'm sure as council you're looking at the aesthetic and parks and those sort of rounds and maybe beachfronts. We sort of hit them on a case-by-case basis. But the only places that wholesale underground programs happen in New Zealand are places where there's been some sort of contractual commitment. So Auckland's an example. When Auckland sold its network, part of the deal was they would underground so many kilometres of overhead network per year, and that's a binding commitment that goes with that sale. And so big to do that. And it's a cost that's inside their charge.
And I think it's by law that you have to go underground if you're doing any development. So what's happening there is all underground in Auckland.
Absolutely, which is great.
Yeah, it's not council. I mean, certainly here in Whangarei District, anything new in an urban area has to be underground, and that picks it up. We see a lot of road widening, so Waka Kotahi, they will underground it, pay to underground it. And just to Andrew's point, certainly we're looking more at the total life cycle cost of some of these. So in a real coastal area, like on the West Coast, high corrosion, sometimes we'll look at the cost of that. It's cheaper, even though it's much, much more expensive over the long term to put it underground, because, so we are looking at those,
Thank you, Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And again, thanks for, what is really a damn good, positive Northland story. So that's really cool. I noticed your comments about the affordability factor, and particularly prevalent. It's not unique to Northland, but it is prevalent here. I wonder if there's just another example of a disconnect between central government and communities with them. And I don't understand why it is central government that are insisting or legislating to reduce the low user rates. Now, and I understand that it's just gone from 60 to 90 cents a day, 50% increase. Do you have power? I know at the end of the day, it's not you, it's the retailers. But do you have an area of influence in pushing back on this sort of thing? Because there is a conflict that is happening with the economy at the moment, and probably ongoing. So, I mean, that's the first question. You know, do you have an element of influence over their decision making?
We should start with our view on low fixed user charges, because that's probably helpful. Do you want to pick that up? It's a tough question.
Be popular with this one. So, so with the low fixed, it's sort of the reason that the sector and the government has taken away the restrictions on that to allow networks, particularly, and retailers to some degree, is to charge more of a fixed fee. So if you think around electricity generally, and our services have been based on a variable rate, so how many kilowatts you consume. That means particularly for some low income, very high, number of people in the household, they consume a lot of electricity and they pay much more. But from our perspective, it actually costs us around $750 per house to supply you with our line services, our distribution, getting power from the grid to your home. It doesn't matter how much electricity you use, generally, for a household, it costs us about $750. Yet, someone who has a lot of people in their house, like my family, my kids in the shower, I probably pay about $2,500 a year. And a low user, who might be somebody that has solar and batteries and all the rest and doesn't use much electricity, might pay $200. So there's an equity issue here. So what the sector is trying to do is to move a little bit more towards a fixed charge for a pipe. That's what we provide. We provide a pipe to your house or to your business, a bit like broadband. You pay for you might pay $80 for a pipe to get your internet. So that's where the sector is moving, in order to stop those sort of cross subsidies. I acknowledge, and the sector has to resolve maybe your retired couple who use very little, should they be paying as much in lines charges as a family like mine with, 2 kids having very long showers. So we need to resolve that, but you will see the electricity price coming to a more of a normalised sort of fixed price. But what will happen is that variable price will come right down. So you won't be paying 27 cents a kilowatt hour. You should be paying something more like 20 cents or something. Or on our network, off peak, if you want to charge your EV or something or fill up your hot water tanks at night and charge them, we don't charge you anything. It's pretty much 0 cents. Because we recover that over the fixed charge.
Okay.
So could you mind first a minute, because that's absolutely accurate. Jesse's very, very good at stuff. In my mind too, though, the reason the low fixed user charges had to go was actually the people it was supposed to protect, which was supposed to be low users who couldn't afford it, were getting ripped off, because all that happened, the unit charge went up, fixed charge was low. The per unit charge went way up. And so if you were a household who was struggling to pay their power bills, you were paying proportionally a whole lot more than someone like me who used tons of power on a per unit basis. And so it just became inequitable, and it had to go because its reason for being wasn't being honoured. And, we all, government, ourselves, the industry, need to make sure we can look after those people who really struggle and as best we can, and just call out things that's getting in the way.
So is it you, the lines companies, or the retailers who set the variable rate?
Our price is bundled up by the retailers, and they decide
You charge.
we charge them, and then they bundle up, and they will sell it in different ways. So some will do a straight pass through, others will have different ways of reselling it. Up to them.
And if I may, so Mr. Mayor, the second point related to resilience. And I think it frustrates us all. And this whole care and protection of your trees, and as you say, clearing them all, not, so much of them. So what responsibility is there on property owners, and that includes councils, who contribute openly to ensuring that we all work together to minimise disruption and events?
That's a great question. I can just give you the detailed answer. I might just frame it quickly. Because people often ask us, why don't you cut your trees? And most people say, well, we don't actually own any trees. And we spend $5 million a year trimming those trees we don't own. So we're as annoyed as anybody. As Josie sort of mentioned before, the regulations were set up with good intent, I think, with intent to protect amenity and natural beauty, all those things. But they're so tightly specced around a very tight, basically an envelope around the lines, they just become unworkable. And also when they were brought in, distributors were asked to pay half of what they call the first time they cut it. We already paid all.
We paid all.
We paid all, and then landowners supposed to come up and pay it. We're now advocating for a couple of things, which Josie's really set up, and I think the industry have pretty good unity around. There's two things that are needed. One is a much more pragmatic envelope approach. So don't cut it in a circle, cut it in a V, give us some decent clearance.
Full zone, a risk-based.
Yep,
So
risk-based.
if it's a risk to the lines and it's going to fall it, we can take it away. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the key one. If we can get some risk-based provisions that if you own a tree and it's more than conceivable, probable the tree's going to fall over at some point and wipe out our lines, we'll send you a letter. And then if it happens, we'll send you the bill to fix it. That way you know there's a risk. That way you take a decision whether you want to cover the risk. And that way our community doesn't have to pay for every tree that falls through the
I
fire.
think the big sticking point for New Zealand Inc. is who pays.
Yep.
Because if there's no alignment of incentives, so if a property owner can just keep planting fall zone trees and we have to pay to keep removing them, that is all of us paying for that. Whereas if a landowner, and I know it might be unpopular, but actually has to take responsibility for what they plant around the lines, then they're more incentivized not to plant things that they'll eventually have to cut down. So how do we get, is it a socialised cost? We all pay for, trees, other people's trees, or do people take their own responsibility?
And don't we have a scenario where, in fact, it's councils who are responsible for trees within
road reserve,
the side of the road, which might be just on the inside of a farm fence, but it's a council responsibility.
Hard, it's really hard. And, in communities, they provide a lot of amenity value too, right? Trees, so it's a hard balance.
Well, they do. Okay, all right. Well,
but yeah,
appreciate that. Last comment I would make is that I'm sure our economic development team would love to hear from you about any opportunities to start some business and employment down here.
Cool.
Okay, councillor Larson, next on the list.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, just Josie, to move on from Councillor Howard's points there, I'm of a similar mind in that I'd like to find ways that we can be proactive so that you don't have so much damage to your network and that our ratepayers aren't inconvenienced for so many weeks as some of them were. And I just wonder if we can sort of find ways to get workarounds in terms of the electricity hazards from trees regulations.
Yeah.
Is all your 11 kV generally in 150 metre or less spans, or have you got some that is in bigger spans than that? I just note from the schedule, when you go over 150 metres, then you do sort of appear to have some sort of full zone provisions.
Yeah, it depends.
Able to.
The clearances under the tree regs depend on the volt, and stuff. I think it'll be something really good to work on together. We've got dedicated sort of vegetation manager. We work a lot with the Northern Transport Alliance, with councils to really try to get some cooperation with Waka Kotahi. So it would be really good to be able to work on some of those in order to increase resilience for our communities and reduce costs ultimately over the long term.
Perhaps it's something we can take further outside of this.
That would be great.
Just do note that, for your 150 metre under table 1, the regulation of the schedule, you can do 1.6 only for 11 kV. But if you go over 150, then you end up with these 4 and 8 metre horizontal and vertical distance setbacks. And I just wonder whether we can actually use those provisions. We've got more than 150. And just the second thing to that is, I wonder if there is a way that, we can voluntarily ask you to serve us with a cut or trim notice, and then we can respond with a no interest tree notice.
Oh, right.
without having to force it. If you see what I mean? And then we could actually tidy up some changes. Would that be a conversation we could have?
I'm sure we can have a conversation,
Okay.
but once you serve a no interest tree notice, then it's at our cost to remove it. So we'd really love these things to not be.
I see. Oh, you don't want us to do that.
That's the way it's done.
No, that's a problem though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It does, and that's how the regulations are written. And I would say, you know, to Jason and his team, they're responding the way the regulations are written.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get that, and that's what we do. But yeah, no interest trees just means we pay for it, and that's fine. That's how the rules are written.
Can we offset that against your revenue that you're generating from the network?
That's what happens in practice.
Good.
To your earlier point, 150 metre span, you'll find the most stuff in town will be, 30, 40.
Yeah.
150s typically just from peak to peak, big long valley.
Yeah, big ones. Yeah.
The reason the trimming areas are bigger is that the lines swing. There's a lot more latitude to stop putting trees.
There's no actual
Blowout.
time restrictions for 11 kV. It's only when you get up to 110 to 20 kV, is it? Because they've got full zone restrictions.
Transpower spend a lot on maintaining corridors. They, I don't think even the regs are that helpful for them, but that's because,
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Perhaps a slightly different tack. I was just interested to know, like, you're keen on renewable energy sources, which generation and so on, but I wonder how you take into account in your business model the fact of people having their own solar panels or wind generators and that sort of thing, whether it actually fits in the scheme of things, because well, a previous place we had a grid tied system, so we needed the connection to the system, but there are other people too who are just going completely off grid. The technology is changing and so on. I mean, how does that affect your future plans? How do you take that into account?
I'll give Josie that one, but I would say most conversations on solar, rooftop solar, start with Andrew or Josie. You won't like that I'm doing this, but I'm putting solar on my house. And the response is always, actually, you go for it. That's part of the future, and you should be able to do what you want to do. And actually, broadly, it's good for the energy system, a mix.
Yeah.
But do you want to pick it up specifically, Josie?
Yeah, look, we're thrilled, and I've got teams that are working on helping bring small and large scale solar on. Effectively, from our perspective, people are using the grid, and that's great. And how they're using it is changing, right? So there's a lot more EVs up here, and that needs a whole lot more power than what a normal house is used. So if you can have solar and plug your EV in at the same time, then that's great. You're using it. Otherwise, people tend to export out into the grid themselves. So, but actually, with technology changing and solar and being able to go off grid, that's a really good solution, particularly at the edge of the grid, right? Where we're getting out further into the rural areas. Actually, maintaining those lines to there is, we're having to renew, really can be quite expensive. Actually, it might be a better option to go off grid, or it might cost you 200,000 to get power to your house. Actually, you can spend 50,000 on a off grid solution, and that's better for you. So we're really supportive because we think, it gives people greater choice, right? From our perspective, what we might see over time, and I'm saying in a long time, is you might see the edge of our network just coming in a wee bit as there's more viable options out there. But I think generally, this is what across New Zealand and across the world we're seeing, is actually grid is going to be, our network and the transmission grid, more and more needed as people want to, sell and trade their solar, their wind, their electricity needs are increasing more because they're going to power their cars. Gas may go at some stage, so rather than gas hot water, they're going to go electricity hot water. So we're actually seeing more demand for electricity, which means our network's going to be needed more. And as I said, doesn't matter how much kilowatt hours over the network, effectively our pricing is around a sort of, more of a fixed charge type thing.
Availability charge almost.
Yeah, but more like you pay for your broadband, that sort of thing. So
That's where I'd like to go. So $100 a day, all you can eat. You do it how you want.
Yeah.
There and available. Just a very short augment. It's a few years ago, but I went to the States and looked at some of the latest and greatest in energy systems. And they talk about community energy schemes over there. So they say, hey, how about this? how about put solar panels in everyone's houses? How about hook them all up with cable so they could share energy? How about we had a local battery, maybe a connection back to the main grid? That would be like a community-owned energy scheme. That'd be awesome. And you come up here and say, well, that's what we got. You know, it's community infrastructure, we already own it.
Yeah.
Share it around, we're done, you know? So I think sometimes the fact that we're power and the fact we're seen as a big company, people think, oh, you know, you must be a Guinness. You know, we're not, we're community infrastructure.
That's like you've got 10,000 mini power stations. sort of.
Yeah, all sharing it. So it's great. It's a really exciting time and this, yeah.
We've had a ton of questions. I'm going to take one more from Councillor Lambeth, and if you, you'd be open to emailing questions, because
Absolutely.
I do of my own, but the day's slipping by. So we'll have one more question and then we'll wrap up and move on, eh? Thank you.
The really quick ones, council boundaries, are you legislated by law to be within those boundaries, or can North Power take over Top Energy and?
So the short story, it's interesting, EDBs were actually developed off grid exit points, so where they connect to the grid and where the kind of natural end of the networks were. That tended to follow council boundaries because it tended to be built by the council.
That means
so naturally. There's not a lot of people buying each other's assets. Actually, interestingly though, Eastland, they sold their network recently and another big network bought it. But typically nothing much happens unless someone's trying to sell an asset. Our trust and our board are not interested in selling North Power. So there's no risk of that here, but that's sort of the reality of things.
And
as said, we are poking into Vector's area, you know, on this Whangapai, we actually cross, and certainly know with a new substation and potentially a new line shortly, very keen to broach. Yeah.
Okay, so it's not legislated, it's a gentleman's agreement.
Absolutely.
And that, and I suppose the essential part of that is to find an energy source and a big generation source within your district to do that, yes?
Yeah, if you go to Top Energy, they've obviously got NAFA, which they're building out towards 100 megawatts, you know, great asset, and they've recently worked out how to re-inject the CO2 off the stack, so it's a renewable resource, great. There's plenty of resource up there and here on solar, there's wind on the west coast here, looks like a good resource. They're the easier, we've got a little bit of hydro, Wairua. They look to be the easiest and most cost-effective generation sources in our region.
And you're actively exploring that?
We are, so North Power is exploring solar. It's something we would be interested in if we can make the economics work.
And the last thing is, how much is our subsidy for medium use and when we get paid?
Sorry, say again?
The annual.
It's about paid November, December, it's about $240, I think, this year.
Okay. Thank you, Andrew and Josie. That was fascinating, and I'm sure we could be here for another hour, I reckon.
Thank you.
So I have a bunch of questions and I ask them now. We've got to move through.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and we're open to all councillors and the Mayor, obviously, just email either of us. We are owned by you. We're part of the community. So we're happy to help.
Leave your cards here, please.
I'll pass it back through Jason and we.
And I've got some brochure, I don't know if it'll be of use, or might leave for the council staff on the energy hardship program. If you know of anyone in the communities that might take advantage of that, we're really keen in Kaipara to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great. Good. Okay, we'll go to item 7, Waste Management and Minimisation Plan Review and Consultation, and we welcome back Donna, please. Thank you.
On page. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, councillors. So here we are again, talking about rubbish. It seems to be a common occurrence. So just before we kick into it, I guess, just want to clarify, I guess, the difference between the waste management minimisation plan and that long-term plan. So the waste management minimisation plan is a governance document that MFE require us to have. It's quite a high level document that sets the direction of the waste activity. Once that's been adopted by council, it's a document we have to review or renew every 6 years.
Once that's been adopted by council, we take from that information that goes into the LTP. I had a question here from councillor Williams with regards to she was looking at the bin services. Is this going to be included for rural residents? So my answer to that is, at this point, it's yet to be determined, and that will get done during the LTP process. How we service rural, like obviously rural aren't going to be getting composting or organic collections and what have you. So that will get determined. As how we actually go about providing the service will get determined as part of the LTP. And we've talked a lot about that through the previous waste strategy. We have another question here. And yes, however we decide to do the service will be costed out in the LTP.
Yeah. This document, is this what's going to go out once we adopt it, go out to the public for their consultation?
The waste management minimisation plan, that will become a public document. And yes, so the reason that I'm actually here today in front of you is just to give you a heads up that we are going through the process of reviewing the waste minimisation management plan at the moment, and we are required by law to consult on that. And I think you'll find as part of your package, there was our consultation document, just a draft document for everyone to have a look at and make any comments.
Sorry, this is
That's a Paniora.
maybe out of the realm of this, but how do incinerators intersect with the plans, the 2030 plan for organics? So do they help or hinder the 2030 plan for organics? You know, you put your food into the sink and it takes it through the wastewater system. How does that
So that's probably more of a wastewater question to the wastewater team. But, and on a commercial basis, that's also potentially a trade waste issue, depending on the amount going through the incinerators.
Because I understand a lot of households in Dargaville have those. So is it should we be deterring people from using them and transitioning to the organics, or is there a way to?
I personally, this is my personal opinion, feel like, yes, we should be deterring people. Especially at this stage, the government is only mandating the food waste collections for urban areas over 1,000 people. So that at this point in Kaipara, that is only Dargaville and Mangawhai. And obviously to save wastewater and what have you, create less wastewater would be a great option to deter that in the urban areas and encourage people to actively participate in the food waste collections, which will be mandated in 2030.
Yeah, it's just because I can see people installing them to get around having to do that, because it's a cheaper overall option, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the government's going to cover that off in the sense that it's not going to be optional. It's something that council will have to provide that service. So as a result of that, council will have to charge for that service. And if they choose to pay the charge and also incinerate their food waste, it's the amount of pocket, I guess you could say.
Okay, any further questions? Donna, are you completed or?
Yeah, it's like I said, it's a heads up.
Yep.
At the end of this month, we'll be bringing a paper back to council asking that council appoints a hearings committee for our consultation, and also that council adopts our consultation document so we can get out and consult.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to public excluded, correct? And
Runners on that? 2 minutes, couple of minutes, I guess.
it should be taken off, right?
We'll still record it, but we're taking off live.
Okay.
You need to move it.
No, yeah.
No, it's not a council meeting, it's a.
Sink one is a celluloid and all your vegetables, it fills the enzyme in the tank. You know that?